Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We're gonna get started here in just a moment. Holy cow, I figured out how to go live on X. It's only been like a year. Make sure my mic volume's all right. I'm good. Check. Oh, brother. All right. Good morning. Early morning stream. I usually am just quiet in my office. I prefer that, actually. But hey, good morning, everybody. Anybody that can join? Just pulling up some of the chats here, making sure everything's all good. I might not be able to see Twitter chat, just so you know, or X chat. I'm not too sure how that's working. Let's see. Oh, I guess I can probably see X chat. Okay. We're going to take a look at the markets here, just get a good grasp on things. We are trading basically on NQ right now where we opened. So we're still within a very tight little range here, okay? You're welcome, Jesse. Good morning, Katie. What's up, Pimp? Good morning. I'm going to make sure that my Discord and everybody knows that I'm live. Oops. Cool. All right. Good morning, everybody. All right, let's take a look at the markets here. We're going to go into some expected moves for some of the larger market cap names. If you watched yesterday's video or last night's market brief, or the last market brief, I should say, that I posted, we talked about back month versus front month volatility. and how it was in a very high percentile, not like a 99th percentile, but still in the 90s, which is typically where you get consolidation. So big moves to the upside, you kind of want to be a little bit wareful of when back month is this high relative to front month. Okay, so things are getting a little bit of frothy. Doesn't mean it can't go higher, but you just want to be a little bit more cautious because sometimes if the market presses higher and higher, especially into things like Fed events, right? The dynamics of the market right now, we are above the gamma flip line, right? We're positive gamma. So dealer flows, they're forced to kind of do the opposite, right? They buy sell side activity, they sell, right? The rips higher. And that's where you get the kind of vol suppressed and you get the price action to just kind of go up ever so slightly, okay? But now with back month versus front month volatility, so, high. I mean, it was at 1.25, which means it's 25% higher. So, and we haven't seen that level since, right? We talked about really quick. We'll just recap it if you didn't see it. We haven't seen that level since last year on this day right here. Right here. Boom. Okay, that was December 6th, or one of these days. Now, you might be looking and be like, oh, and then we crashed. Okay, so this was a Fed event. So this was a catalyst to drive it down, but I want you to pay attention more to what happened here. This was consolidation, right? Pullback consolidation. So I don't, maybe this happens, maybe it doesn't, but we're not in negative gamma. This day, we were in negative gamma. So, that's what happens when you're in negative gamma. You get volatility that can take off like a rocket ship. It has the potential to do so because dealers then sell into that selling, buy into the buying. That's not where we're at right now. Actually, we're pretty far off of it too. So if you actually look down here, the gamma flip line is roughly by the lower weekly implied move. So unless if the Fed comes out and does something shocking, or maybe the Fed's not going to do anything shocking, but maybe because we already know that the 25 basis point cut is basically priced in here, 90% probability on December 10th. If he starts talking more hawkish, that I guess could be.
And a quick spot check across markets after the US cash equity open. We're looking at US cash indices. We have seen divergence at the open. Dow Jones does lag down 0.3. Meanwhile, the small cap Russell 2000 is up 0.3, with Nasdaq 100 also up 0.3, and the S&P 500 has paired its gains and also resides flat. For the Nasdaq 100, it is worth noting that all sectors are in the red aside from technology, which is the clear outperformer, and that is buoyed by gains in Broadcom, who are up 3% after news that Microsoft is in talks to design custom chips with Broadcom. In terms of the sectors, as mentioned, technology is the only one in the green, while communications, services, health and consumer staples are relative laggards. Elsewhere in FX space, the dollar, that is more or less flat and being within pretty narrow ranges today. And in terms of performance against peers, the Kiwi is the outperformer, seeing slight gains, while Euro, CAD and Pound are all flat, while haven FX such as the Swissy and Yen do lag. In terms of global fixed income, global bonds are pressured, with Bunds hit on hawkish remarks from ECB Schnabel, who said that she is comfortable on bets that the next move will be a hike, albeit not anytime soon. And as such, all US Treasuries are in the red, which comes ahead of the 3-year auction later today. In terms of WTI and Brent, they are lower by roughly 90 cents a barrel and currently residing around session troughs. In terms of the day ahead, it is a pretty quiet session. As mentioned, the highlight is the 3-year note auction, and it is much more comes ahead of the FOMC on Wednesday.
Okay. Well, there is an update. Forget where I was because he was just talking so much. Gosh dang. Was the fear and greed index that I showed a huge difference in CNN? We can pull up CNN. Why is the market tanking? I wouldn't say the market's tanking right now. The market's exactly where it was when it opened. So I wouldn't call this tanking. Yeah, it's within a 30-second opening range. So we haven't actually made a decisive decision yet to break it below or under. And I will note that market net flow, pretty darn bullish looking right now. It's very early, but sometimes this flow continues, sometimes it doesn't. We don't have convergence, and we have a couple levels here, 687, 686. That's directly above us. So 686, we kind of get hung up at if we can't get above it. Above it, I think we go to 687. And if this starts turning green, this would be a lot better. But if we take a look at NQ right now, we're just right in that opening range. So, this is not really the area you want to trade. You want to see decisive breaks, a little bit more clarity. And you don't need to use a 30-second opening range. This is, you can go 2 minute. I like to use 2 minute, sometimes 30 seconds. It's more directional. I don't really trade it per se, but yeah, that could be a reason why, Daryl. Yeah. If this was, if you thought this was tanking, chances are it's just the position sizing is too big. That's for sure. And I mean, you got to understand, like, just this little move from right here to right here is 20 points on NQ. So, it's opening. So this is where, you have obviously a lot more market volatility as the market open. Okay. I like to be a little bit more relaxed coming into the market and not try to like start my day rushed. What do I got to do? We're going to take a look at some individual names, individual stocks. I'm keeping just an eye on my stuff because I got to trade, right? So if things set up, I want to trade. But right now, we do have Fed in a few days, so I'm not surprised to see some sort of chop, consolidations, and then kind of make a decision as to where we go. Let's take a look at some of the 0 DTE stuff. We got some concentration at 6,900 and below us at about 6,850 today. So 68, I don't know why this is down here at 6,800. I'm gonna change that. Did I do something wrong? No, that is 6,850. I just didn't word it right. Okay. No, that is 6,800. What is going on here? I thought I fixed this morning. Okay. So I'm gonna go ahead and just zoom in so you can see this. These two levels have been concentrated areas heading into today's market open. Okay, those two levels are gamma exposure levels. It's where options market participants are kind of focused in on. So you have 6850, that would be the put wall, can act as a potential level of support. This is 6,900, and it's slightly below 6,885. So this kind of zone here, 15-point zone, can act as a potential level of resistance or pinning mechanism. What's that look like on the chart? This is a 2-hour chart of the SPX. That's kind of right by, in and around the daily implied move, the upper. And then the lower implied move is pretty far down from that one. I mean, 15 points or so. It could feel like a lot. Yeah, we'll take a look at that. Just want to make sure here, a couple of things. I want to just make sure my stream here is live on Twitter. It is. It looks live. Okay.
And just making you aware, since we had the headline regarding the 7.2 magnitude earthquake hitting off northern Japan with a maximum 3-meter high tsunami expected, we did see two-way action in the yen, but it has eventually edged high, with dollar yen now residing at session highs of 155.75.
Okay. What's up, Barkster? How you doing? Take a look here at some of these comments. See, it's looking like it's hitting lower trend. What's up, Daryl? What's up, Bambino? What's up, Java? Why the fear and greed index you showed has a huge why does it have a huge difference?
I'm just seeing some comments from Japan
Okay,
regulators.
so we see
It does note there
SPY's
have
down
been no
slightly on the
issues
trading
found
session
at
here, breaking underneath
Onagawa
its
nuclear
opening
power
range.
plant.
I'll go over that in a
That
second
is
here.
following, of course, the earthquake in northern Japan we have mentioned.
Why is mine different than the CNN? Because the inputs are completely different. So the CNN fear and greed index, let's pull it up. All right, let me see here. Actually, sorry, we're getting a little bit of market volatility, so I'm keeping a little bit of an eye on this. Give me a second. sometimes that creates some good opportunities. So here's that kind of a little bit of a break lower. We are going to pull up a tick chart. I'm going to pull up a tick chart, and we'll take a look at ticks here. Not moving much. Tech is honestly the one that's holding this market up right now, and it's up at its upper eyeball range today. We have consumer staples, which is the laggard, and then consumer discretionary. So consumer discretionary, that's kind of interesting. That means we have Tesla. Yeah, Tesla's down at its lower implied move for the trading session. It's actually getting back above its daily VWAP right now. And the thing is with Tesla has been on this monster rip. So some people might be looking at these dips and try to pick them up. Okay. So barbecue, what am I clicking here? I'm clicking ads. So the CNN Fear and Greed Index, all right, it looks like this right now. This is the CNN Fear and Greed Index right now. It's at fear, which is whatever. It's interesting because we're at basically all-time highs in the market. It's been kind of in this range, and this kind of prompted me because people were giving it crud to kind of create my own. So if you know the inputs to the Fear and Greed Index, you have market momentum, right? It's looking at like its 125-day moving average on the S&P 500. Okay, it's looking at new 52-week highs and lows on the NYSE. It's looking at the summation index, put call options, VIX, and then it weights them probably a percentile, I would imagine, and then within weight sees it has junk bond demand, safe haven demand, all the, you can go on their website and look at what it has. And mine doesn't have those inputs. I think maybe we share one of the inputs, but mine is probably done. No, we don't. Mine's different. So my index is more shorter term to find pivots in the markets or periods of consolidation. And the last reading that I got was 71.5. So 71.5 on my index is pretty frothy. One of the inputs that I use is back month versus front month volatility. But remember, these are percentile ranked. Looking back 756 trading days, which is about 3 years. And then I weight the weight of each of these categories. And I have probably about 7 inputs. And I use things that I use in the market brief show. I show signal charts all the time. So a lot of those signal charts, they're in this calculation. And it's just to give me an idea of saying, hey, this is probably where we bounce. This is probably where we cool off a little bit. It found, when we got a 15 reading on the SPY, it was right here, boom. And that was a very low reading. The last time we had one of those, it had a 20 reading because I reweighted. So 20 reading there, same over here. Led to bounces, and I showed that chart, All right.
And just more commentary on
underneath
this
the opening
WBD
range
deal.
here.
CMCA, Comcast CEO, president rather, speaking at a UBS conference, says the company's proposal for Warner was lighter on cash relative to the other proposals.
I'm going to pull up my daily Asher alerts too, because if we get any outsized moves for the day, I'll probably bring those up. I'm going to do those more throughout the day. So we're getting some hits, like, for example, today we're seeing 2 standard deviation move lower in things like Dollar General. Right, this is coming after a huge move up. So these are if you're looking to buy dips after strong moves, so this was post earnings, bam, we moved up. Now we're pulling in. It's a 2 standard deviation move, right? If you're trying to build positions into names that saw a nice earnings move, you look for sometimes moves like this, right? You buy the weakness, or you look for the consolidations, right? So it's coming in a little bit. So DG's taking a little bit of a breather here. No shock. Win today is down. Sorry, it's up 2 standard deviation move, not down. So this one's breaking out a little bit higher. This it went from up here, or from down there to up here, took a big breather, and now it's firing back. So that's it's over its upper 2 standard deviation. Natural gas, I'm not going to mess with natural gas all too much because I don't want people to.
And folks, just getting some comments on the Japanese PM following the earthquake and tsunami warnings. They are trying to gather more information after the quake. As the news gets wider circulation, we have seen dollar yen pick up could be the case that Treasuries just are following that dynamic,
Continuing
although
to
not
break
really seeing
down.
too much else that could explain the downside in Treasuries recently.
You know, I do find interesting here is a lot of consumer staples have been breaking down, and these are like, I don't know. So typically, when you have outperformance in consumer staples, it's not a great sign for the markets. But also, if you see all these big companies that are like necessities, right, things that people need, not want, breaking down, I feel like that's also a little bit of a warning sign. Could show some underlying, weakness. Typically, you like to look at like small caps and things like that for those kind of signs. But all right, so market right now, it's still flopping around, floppy jalopy right now. Ain't going anywhere. Not yet. We're at the lower opening range, so well within just tight 30 seconds of the market opened. So if you're trading this,
There are just some reports of a
we don't really have a
tsunami
trend right
40
now. It's more of a range day.
40 centimeters hitting Japan's Awamori Mutsu region.
MMM, is MMM breaking down today? Yeah, so this right here, this little fake breakout was the annoying thing. And sometimes fake breakouts can lead to quick reversals, and that's what it's doing.
Says, has
Overall
the tsunami
context,
waves
though,
from
it's still above a
Hokkaido
rising
earthquake
50.
are possible
It's right
within
there, above
1,000
rising 200
kilometers
above year to
of
date.
the epicenter along
So
the
for
coast
me,
of Japan and
it's
Russia.
really nothing. But for those that enter here with a large position, they're I would have been out already if that was the case. I still have an MMM position, 3M. I never updated my stop, so I typically would get stopped out right around here. But the position is about 1.5%, and my portfolio is like 10% invested in equities and 90% in cash. So this does not, like, I need some exposure somewhere. So I have a little bit in this and some other names. So for me, this is nothing. So it ultimately comes down to just sizing your portfolio structure, right? You don't want to go too heavy in one stock. Like for me right now, even with this down, my portfolio is flat on the trading session. Shocker. Shocker. All right. So this would look a lot worse, to be quite honest, if those red lines started going up, or perhaps the green line started going down. The cumulative net premiums for calls started heading south, and this would much more bearish if this went down. But that's just not the case here. So this is, once again, you get no convergence, meaning the market ain't moving. It's a lot of chop. But I will just note that once again, right, it looks like it's about to break down. It has that look and feel from just an absolute perspective. But market net flow isn't really like telling us, hey, this is going to happen. It's not giving us that edge. So for me, like if market net flow for right now, this red line was the green line, and this green line was, or the green line was the red line, and it looked like that, I would probably be on this from the short side. Because I would say, yeah, this is going to be breaking down, probably down into the lower daily EM, or this, and it still might. But for me to have some sort of an edge, I would like to know that, and it's just not there yet. So you got price action itself, choppy, leaning bearish, but market net flow is not quite, confirming this, and that's where a lot of traders can get really twisted, is because they're like, it's a bear flag, right? It's a bear flag. And then it starts breaking down. They're like, I'm short now. And then it just like rips right back up, and you just right back into a choppy range. Yeah, we'll check Netflix. Hey, what's up, Smelly?
Just for the gold watchers, Interfax reports Russia's Deputy PM Novak
market net flow is on
Russia
Trading Ticks, and it's also in the Discord. It doesn't show convergence in the Discord. It shows momentum, which is based off of, it's their proprietary thing, but it's looking at like the difference between these two, and algo flow, they call it. So, but yeah. So market net flow is a pretty powerful tool. Other services use a version of this, like Spot Gamma has one called Hero Indicator, great tool. Unusual Whales probably has one. There's all kinds of Yeah, they all kinds of stuff. I've used Trady Ticks. I'm comfortable with it. Probably end up doing spot gamma at some point. Oh, thanks, Devil. Hi, Chris. Yeah, BA is actually on the tight list this week.
Just further reports from Japan. No abnormalities at the Tohoku electric nuclear plant in Aomori following the quake. That's according to Kyoto.
Got some earthquake stuff going on. All right, so somebody had mentioned Netflix. Let's just pull up Netflix really quick. Yeah, Netflix broke down. Right, it broke down. So this is the year-to-date volume weighted average price. It was below a 20, below a 50, both declining, and the 200's kind of flattened out. So Netflix has to prove itself at this point, because you get these kind of rounding tops, and then it breaks down right after a back test of this year-to-date VWAP. It's just, for me, like if I buy the dip, where's my stop going to go? I don't really have a clear picture of what to do. Now, if this was down massively, like, hey, look, now we're down here, and then we're hitting like a 2 standard deviation daily move. So for example, if I go like here, we're underneath the daily implied move already, right? And if this went 2 standard deviations to do, under that today, I'd be like, all right, I'll take a little stab at Netflix just to see a little bit of a pop up. That happens all the time, right? One of the recent names that I traded was ALB, and I'm not going to go back on the chart, but okay, yeah, see right here. I didn't want to have to go back on my minute chart there. But see this down here? That was actually, that was my entry point. So, and you're like, well, how did they nail this? So this happened to be a 2 standard deviation move, and I didn't hold it all the way through here, unfortunately. I was just looking to day trade it, and then I was like thinking to myself after the fact, I was like, you know what? I go back to the daily chart, and I'm like, dude, it had a 2 standard deviation move. So this day right here, 2 standard deviation move, and what was it doing? It was coming from a very strong move into inclining averages.
Kyoto
so
also reports
I was like,
no
these are the
issues
moves
at
that you can
Fukushima.
typically buy a little bit, maybe the day trade, turn
story,
it into a swing trade and look for a
no
pop higher.
nuclear plants either. That's according to Kyoto.
And I didn't. And sometimes it breaks down. It don't matter. So once again, you don't go oversized. But that came in from Asher Alerts just the other day. It came in on December 4th. Warby Parker today. A lot of retail names have been doing good. Warby Parker, this is up 2 standard deviations today. Coming into these averages up here. Somebody had mentioned, A-Lab. Yeah, we'll take a look at A-Lab. Yeah, Paramount. Yeah. BA, that's what it was. Boeing. Yeah, so Boeing had a nice little gap up over here. Right, and now it actually opened up above its year-to-date VWAP. And now airlines actually typically in the fourth quarter do pretty well. If you just go back, like say use Boeing as the proxy and just go back October, November, December, or November, December, go back 1 year, go back another 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 year. You're going to have, just like many stocks, right? See airlines actually do fairly well. Now Boeing, right? It hasn't really gone anywhere all year, right? At all. It's slightly up and it's coming off of a pretty big decline. Recently, we had this gap up probably on news. Price action got very tight, and we're trying to break from this. So it's back above 200. The 50 is still inclining. It probably has more time, but if we can hold, right, this year-to-date VWAP, things start to, pick up and maybe consolidate, give us a little bit more space and time, it can offer up some really good risk to reward to potentially see a move higher, right? For example, like UPS. UPS was one that I also traded. I should probably just re-enter a position, but this was a 2 standard deviation move here. First, we started breaking out over here. I didn't get into it, and then the next day I was alerted on 2 standard deviations.
Rubio
So see this green line?
says
That's
at the
where I played.
direction of the president, AUKUS pact is full steam ahead.
And now, right, we're kind of holding this area, but where do we get rejected from? Well, we have a declining 200-day. That was the year-to-date volume weighted average price. So it's just taking time right now. We gapped up, we came in, moved higher, we came in, right? It's just consolidating, it's building a base. And UPS is one that's been absolutely annihilated. Right? Weak stocks typically get weaker. You get lower highs, lower lows. So you start to look for higher lows build and for price action to kind of go sideways, and then maybe it creates an opportunity to play it higher. Right? If you look at ACN, this is a good example of that. Right? It's been breaking down, and all of a sudden I start to see higher lows building. I start to see the shorter term averages start to flatten out, and then I see price action getting very tight here. So what do? I say, okay, if my goal is to make the most amount of money in the quickest amount of time with the least amount of risk, I look to enter into things, setups like this or in better context. And if it breaks out, I start to take profits. And this is one that I traded. I don't have a position anymore. I'm out of it. Why would I be out of it? Well, because it's below a declining 200. It's underneath its year-to-date VWAP. It's not good context. It's a horrible looking chart overall. But down here, it does offer up some opportunities. Okay. All right. I know I'm missing some of the. I know I'm missing some of the chat here, so I'm going to go through these. But what's up, SP, SS? Good morning. What's up, Chris? Bambina's asking why would I be 90% cash de-risked in order to add soon? Yeah, I plan on adding soon, but to be quite honest, I'm up like 47% year to date, and last year I was up in the same account 46% or 45%. So I just taken the rest of the year kind of off and not like tied to anything. So I'm just going easy right now. That's really the only reason. It's personal reasons. It's not market behavior or market anything. It's personal, right? I have a baby coming. Right? I have a baby on the way. I have to build out a nursery. So there's reasons as to why I do my things that are outside of like, how does he know that this or that, right? So you got to always take that into account, especially when you listen to other people, right? It's always good to get clarification. Like, oh, he's 80% cash. He must be very bearish. No, I'm about to have a baby. And I got to get ready. So, and I don't need to be 100% invested, because then my focus is deteriorated, right? My focus gets pulled. So if good setups arrive, I'll take some setups. I'm totally fine with that. But I don't want to be tied. I need to take, you got to take breaks. What if your goal is to make the most the most impressive amount of money with the most amount of risk in the longest time possible to stun everyone? Then I would look for outliers and just go heavy, right? Outlier stocks, which is, it's not always a bad decision. You definitely do that. Now, you don't need to go that heavy to still have good outcomes. Like, think about Oklo back at $9 or $10. All right, this is one that I talked about with somebody just the other day. Oklo, I remember talking about it down here. This little flag pattern over here with volume setting up. This was at $8 or $9, and what we were looking at and what we were discussing was if you would have risked 2% of your, or not 2%, like $2,000 or whatever. If you risk $2,000, which if you have a $100,000 account, it'd be 2%. And you said like, I'm gonna risk $2,000, but my stop's gonna be way down here or whatever. And you just said, I'm just gonna let it go, right? If you sold it up in these ranges, up in the hundreds, you're looking at like a 2,000+% gain, which would have made just one stock over the course of time for risking only 2% of your portfolio. It would have bumped your portfolio up 80% based off of a single name. Pretty wild. Full port diapers. Full port. All right, so what are we doing in the markets? Hanging underneath the opening range. Hanging underneath the daily volume weighted average price. Chopping around. Market net flow, once again, it's not conforming bearish. It's a bullish divergence, but they're kind of flatlined. No convergence, so no edge here. So we can continue to look at some regular names. I plan on going over some of the expected moves for some of the larger market cap names, so we can have ideas of levels for when the Fed does come out, and maybe that sparks some volatility perhaps. Daily implied move for SPY down here at about 682.24, 689.14 above us, and last week we didn't actually hit the weekly implied move, which was the very first week of not hitting it. Looks like we're trying to come back up into the VWAP here. Ba-boom, ba-boom. Yeah, well, for sure. Do I think DKNG is a long-term investment? I haven't really looked into DKNG all too much, so I'm not too sure if it'd be a good long-term investment. I mean, there's going to be times where it feels like it's a good long-term investment. There's going to be times where it doesn't, but you got to see, you date back over to here, 2024, the beginning of it, even, into 2023, it hasn't gone anywhere, and it's below all of these averages here. So you find trade setups, right? Like this one right here, we had a earnings report after already selling off, then it closed at the highs, consolidated, we broke out. Good risk, potentially good reward. In this case, it was. Got Tesla still down here, 2%, floating in and around its expected move, right in that area. Nvidia flat, Apple flat, Google down a little bit. That's necessary. Google just keeps pressing higher and higher. Microsoft, that's holding things up. This is up 1.32%. This could be based off of some of that news that we heard kind of chirping in our ear a little bit earlier. Amazon flat, and then Broadcom is, after seeing an 18% up week, it came off, right? People are like, oh, it's down 5%. Yeah, whatever. It pulled down and then shot right back up. So Broadcom does have an impact on this market. It is one of the larger market cap names. So now Broadcom, you got to pay attention to. Hey, Exotic. Thanks for subbing here. FISV. Yeah, let's take a look at FISV. Eek. I'm not too sure what caused that gigantic gap down over here, but I can see what you're saying here. We're starting to see it kind of creep up a little bit, and then price action is getting fairly tight. So yeah, this looks like a decent risk to reward. You're playing it in, obviously, a pretty big downtrend. And I'm not, once again, I don't know what caused these big gap downs, but man, that thing got absolutely, utterly obliterated. Sometimes when things get crushed like this does create opportunities where you play it back up. So yeah, this could be one. I did the same thing with, UNH, right? We got crushed, and then we started trading back up. So yeah, this one looks, at least from a risk to reward standpoint, you have that consolidation going on right now, and that's good to see. Entire consolidation there. Okay. Okay, so PFIX looks like an inverse head and shoulder. PFIX is that's for if you're bullish the 10-year yield or the something like that, like this would be probably a decent one to look into. Then stuff like IVOL, right? IVOL would be the one for a steepener. They're like interest rate hedges. But yeah, I see what you're saying there. If I look at TNX, CGI, what's that doing today? So in a couple of pretty recent videos, we were talking about how, it'd be kind of interesting to see the 10-year yield spike up and the dollar go down. And that's actually what we're seeing right now. I don't know if it's going to hold or not, but in 2018, the beginning of 2018, so 2017, Trump's first term, and then going into his midterm, the first month of that year, we had the 10-year yield fly, and we had the dollar collapse even further than it already did. And then at the end of January of 2018, the market kind of broke down. And what I'm seeing right now is I'm seeing the dollar kind of follow that path right now, where we kind of go sideways and it dumps for, the first month of the year. And that was actually added this massive push higher in markets. And if that's the case, we just got to be careful, because S&P 500 in the first month of 2018, or December to January, it was like a monster squeeze. It was straight up. It was wild. And then it just completely folded in on itself. Let's see if I can pull it up so you can just see it. It was impeccable. It was out of this world. I gotta go back more. Man, the time flies. All right, so you're right here. So, was it there? 2018? Or was this 2019? Where was it? Where's 2018? 2017. How's this reading? Is this 2017 and this is 2018? No, this is 2019. What is going on with my... That's 2018. Oh, yeah, there it is. Okay. I'm all like confused. Right here. So it was going up and then this. Look at this squeeze. It was basically, this is the Santa Claus of Santa Claus rallies over here. Right into the new year. 7% in, what is this? 19 bars? That's a big move. That was when the dollar was collapsing, the 10-year yield was rising, and then it just folded in on itself. Boom. It went up fast. It went down even faster and stronger. Crazy, 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 crazy. I'm not thinking that that's going to be the case, but, okay if it does happen. I'll be ready. That's for sure. All right. So the S&P 500, what are we doing here? Just holding the lows of the trading session on NQ. S&P 500 over here on my left side. Pressing near the lows. Still well within the daily expected move. Once again, just not the cleanest trade setups. Otherwise, I'd be firing some stuff off. How do I get ticks on Trade-Evate? Trade-Evate. Oh, you have to pay for it on Trade-Evate. You need it's a package. So if you go into subscriptions, it's probably $4 to $8. And I think it's called Dow Jones Signals or something like that, or indicator chart or something. I don't know what it's called. It was something like that though. So if you go into that, you can just type in if you go to the settings, subscriptions, and you type in NYSE tick, it should pop up the bundle, and then you'll have access to market internal indicators on Trade-Evate. That was about a year ago that I saw that. I never used it myself, but that is what I saw. Okay. Speaking of that, let's go ahead and add a little comparison chart down here. Add selected. Go to settings. I want to use comparison to tick, the NYSE tick. I'll use a bar chart. I'll make it white. Nope, that's not what I wanted to do. Yes, stinker. There we go. So this little guy down here is just the NYSE tick chart, and you can see, it's nowhere, right? We're just 250 down to minus 250-ish, 300 range, and we're kind of flat right now, around zero. So sometimes when this is a minus 1,000 or plus 1,000 reading, or we start to see divergences in this, it creates good shorter term opportunities. It doesn't feel like we're going to get much of that today, but you never know. Gonna make a video on exactly what I did comparing charts. On which part, Devil? Comparing which charts? You like short quantum? Nice. Can my bot check any stocks expected move? Yeah, as long as in the query channel, as long as it's optionable, as long as there's options trading on it. But I will tell you that if it's very illiquid, expected moves aren't that great with illiquid stocks. The more liquidity that there is in a name, the better for the expected moves, because expected moves are derived from a specific expiration or a specific date or specific implied volatility range. And the more that there is, the more likely it's going to have a higher confidence rating. Okay. We have Crocs coming up on my radar for getting a 2 standard deviation move to the downside. I don't love this intraday chart on Crocs, intraday, because it's kind of illiquid, so. But it does trade weekly options, so that's why it's popping up on my radar. Not one that I would necessarily trade. We had Gap also come in as a 2 standard deviation lower move. This one is in an uptrend, so this could be one to watch. So this is, been putting higher lows, and now all of a sudden we have a 2 standard deviation move to the downside. Is this driven by news? I don't know. I don't know why my news column is not here. Otherwise I would check, but the 2 standard deviation move on this one was at 25.30, which is where we're at right now. So we can always come back and view what this might look like later. So I don't need this up here for that one. Bring that back later. Okay, so Gap. The Gap. Sold off about 5%. This is a 2 standard deviation move in terms of probabilities, right? 95% of the time we close above that. Sometimes when you get under it, I like to play it right back up. There's not really an intraday setup here other than just trying to maybe play it back to VWAP or see a little bit more of a bounce. And then when I look at the daily time frame, what's it doing? We saw a nice move up, and now it's pulling back on lighter volume, and we kind of had an outsized day right here, right into the 20-day moving average that's inclining. So say if you were bullish, something like this, and you're looking at it, and we had these higher lows, boom, 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 and then we break out, and then now it's coming in. And if you're trying to build a position, right, these type of outsized moves outside of what the market expected could be good times to, buy a one dot sort of type of thing, right? If you, not a full size position because you're playing against trend, but maybe perhaps you start with, 1/3, boom, and if it comes down more and it's still holding the structure, 1/3, but you're executing outside of what the market expected. And sometimes when you get outside of market expectations, it has to go back to its, fair value or whatever you want to call it, right? Where you have mean reversion type trades, and fair value, right? If you look at the last 10 days, could be roughly about 26. Now outside of that, right, down here, because this is the last 10 days, we're just looking at volume profile for that. You can look at it however you want, but that'd be one thing. So there's that. Netflix just hit a 2 standard deviation expected move. So here you go. So we were talking about this one a little bit earlier. So let's go to Netflix. Netflix sinking off into the no man's land. 96.18 is the 2 standard deviation move here. So I like playing these higher market cap names when they're down here. So what I like to do, edit properties, let's go pink. So earlier, if you weren't on the stream, we talked about how, I wouldn't buy it now on the daily time frame. You look at this, it looks like it broke down, right? It did. It broke down from year to date. It's in bearish trend. So stronger moves, maybe you'd look to fade. And we mentioned the 2 standard deviation move. Not really necessarily today, and then I pull up this and we get our 2 standard deviation alert. Go figure. Today, this is a daily implied move. Now, the weekly expected move, because that's what I want to pull up next, right? Where is that at? And if I'm looking at this from just an intraday perspective, right, we have a little bit of a downtrend here. So perhaps we come back and test daily VWAP at some point, right? So let's go over to here as the market's just holding on to these lows of day. Let's take a look at market net flow really quick. It's still not giving me anything. We'll go side by side and we're going to pull up Netflix and FLX. And I'm going to go ahead and open this up like this. This is a 30-minute time frame down here, getting waxed. RSI is somewhat frothy to the downside. This is daily time frame on my left. I'm going to go ahead and draw in a horizontal line. And what we're going to do right now is just see where it stands within its weekly implied move, right? You don't want to rush to make decisions, especially at 2 standard deviation moves, because sometimes there's more at risk here. There's something bigger taking place. And I don't necessarily need to know this right now because price action's telling me it. So 104.68, that's the upper, and then we go settings, and we're going to change this to 95.8. Sounds like a radio station. And where are we? Look at this. So Netflix, 2 standard deviation move, and right now it is pulling into exactly its weekly implied move. So if you were bullish Netflix or wanted to play a bounce outside of 2 standard deviation move, potentially outside of weekly, maybe 95.50, play it back in. Makes for, a pretty decent little, at least an area that you'd want to be like, okay, yeah, this would make sense to start a position, right? Start a position. So let's see what it does. Oh my gosh, I didn't even realize I had stuff on in this portfolio. That is stupid of me. I thought I thought this portfolio was flat. My day trading one. There we go. Okay. Okay. So 95.80, let's bring it back over here. So once again, 95.80. Where did we tag? We tagged 95.79. So, okay, we're right at it. 95.80. I'm going to just duplicate this. Duplicate it. Properties, 95.80. Make it orange. So we see the weekly implied move. We can go extend to the left. Extend it to the left. Extend it to the right. Then we have this, extend it to the left, extend it to the right. And there you go, okay? So if you were day trading or intraday trading and you wanna look for dips or outsized moves, now you got 2 standard deviation move in Netflix and it's out near its lower weekly implied move. So let's take a look at some of the other big names that are their weekly implied moves so you have an idea. Mike finds portfolio stocks on the couch he forget about. Yeah, I know, sometimes. Well, I mean, I don't have big positions. These were, okay, so I guess I can share, I'll share with you exactly what I did. So I forgot that I had these on because I day traded them. So HWM, the other day, right, on Friday, we had a 2 standard deviation move. So I bought under it and it started moving higher and I sold into it. And in my head, I forgot that I held a little bit in there. Now, why would I hold it? Because once again, it's been in an uptrend, right? And we had an outsized day, so I thought maybe we see a little bit of a bounce. Okay, that's the main reason why. But I did the same thing with Amgen, and Amgen's down today. So basically, they're right now they're even themselves out because one is down, one is up the same amount. They were not big positions. I basically took the day trade position and I sold 75% of the position. So it's a lot smaller of a position. And when it's a smaller position, I don't have to I'll forget about it. I don't necessarily forget about it. In this case I did, but I don't need to worry about it. So I go to Amgen. So look at this, looks like it's down big today, right? But in my portfolio, it's not, because I'm not worried about it. So Amgen, this actually kind of looks like it could be a 2 standard deviation move here too. Let's pull up the daily. Maybe close, I think. Let me see, Amgen. Yeah, December 5th it hit it. December 5th was right here. This was a 2 standard deviation move, and then I played into it, sold 75% of the dang thing. And that also, I think, hit its lower. Today it hit its lower monthly implied move at 324. Around here. And then today was 325.50 for its lower implied moves over. Yeah, it's not a 2 standard deviation move. Not today, not yet. Wait, let me see here. Did it today? No, that's Friday. Okay. Tesla just hit its lower implied move here. So Tesla's down 2.5%. Its lower implied move for the day, according to the Astrobot, was 442.32. 442.32 is right down in here. That's just 1 standard deviation. And what's Netflix doing? Netflix is just kind of floating around in its lower weekly. Okay. I want to take a look at the markets, and then we're going to look at the larger market cap names' expected moves, okay? We have the SPY still just going sideways here. Above a rising 5-day. Shocking. Market net flow. Not giving us anything. No clarity. Let me go to gamma levels. We saw a little bit of a breakdown here, a little bit lower in NQ. And where did we come to? S&P 500 came into that 6850, that 1 DTE level. Okay, this is where the market's concentration was in the morning. We came there. What did we do? We found a little bit of a bounce from that level, which probably actually, if I was paying more attention, would have been a good little scalp there for any futures traders. Okay. The best way to pass a prop firm evaluation, I think the best way is to start very slow and not rush it. You build the right behaviors then, and then you get into it, and then you try again, or try to make the money. I used Tradeify. By the way, I just started Tradeify back up again because now they have these things called select accounts. So I went direct to funding with Tradeify earlier this year, like April or something like that. I forget the exact date, March, end of March. And I bought 5 accounts, the top tier accounts, cost $2,500, direct to funding, right? And I traded those all the way until max sim payout. They paid all of it on time right away. It was great. I think I had one problem with payout and then they fixed it immediately. So like legitimately no issues with them, so, which was great because, you know, it's always like, I was like, my heart's pounding. Like I spent all this time, they better pay me, right? It took me 40 days to get my first payout or 45 days, whatever, besides the count, besides the point. Once you get moved to live and you get max sim payouts, you can't qualify for sim. And then somebody had mentioned, well, they just started select accounts. So now if you pass that test and you've already transitioned to a live account, which I don't have anymore. I tried, the whole risk thing changes dramatically when you go to live. So I just said, oh, well, I'm just going to try to press buttons, basically, try to blow this thing up to, well, not blow it up per se, but that's what happened. So now the new select accounts will allow back apparently for sim payouts again and then they might move me back to live. But so I'm going through their tests right now. I just started the other day when I heard this. I was like, oh, perfect. So we'll see how that goes. And I'm doing it really slow. So I did the small account, 2,500, or sorry, the 50,000 account on select. You have to get like to 2,500 to get qualified to be paid out, I guess. No, 2,500, and then to pass the test, and then you have to do more, whatever. So I'm giving that a shot. As you can see today, I haven't made any trade for that though. Do I think it's anything to do with me having a presence on YouTube? No, not at all. No, not at all. That's not why they would not make me trade anymore. The reason why is because I hit their max tier payout on sim payouts, but now apparently there's no more cap. So they changed it. So it had nothing to do with me personally. Yeah, nothing to do with me personally. All right, seeing a little bit of a nice bounce back from the 6850 over here. Trying to get back above 700, which kind of opens the door back up into the 730s, right at about here. If we can hold that 700. Hold 700, you come back up into the 30s. Hold 700, you come back into the 30s. I would prefer to see this more in like a 1 minute or 2 minute, so maybe I'll have to switch. Hey, what's up, Brian? Yeah, I'd be hesitant on any breakdowns right now because ultimately we're not like, I wouldn't, yeah, like, so we haven't been going anywhere, right? And there's no trend in the market. Right? When you look at net flow, the green line is basically flattened out. The red line basically flattened out. We're actually outside of this little gamma range here at 685. So personally, like if we break down, I would be like, yeah, I don't think the Bears got it in them today. Just like the Bulls haven't had them in them today. So you'll typically see in these conditions, pop back, right? You get this flush and like, oh, it's bearish. Things are turning. Okay, maybe so, but the rips back, just be aware of that. But yeah, we're seeing just a series of lower highs, and we did come in, by the way, to that 68.50 over down here, and that's one of those gamma levels. So we'll see. Has anything changed from a gamma perspective? And no, we still got our put wall down here at 68.50. 68.50, 68.55, right? And then up here is at 68.85. Did I hate the rule of max payout of 3,500 despite having to make 40? Oh, so I did the 150,000. So I had to actually make $9,000 per account, and then I could take out, what was it? Because the first payout I thought it was only like 3,000 for the first payout. I can't remember. I'd have to look. I think it was 3,000 but it was across 5 accounts, right? So I got to take out 15,000. I didn't hate it. It's annoying sounding, that's for sure. But the reason why I didn't hate it necessarily is because it still gave me a lot of room to continue to trade. And it forced me to make sure that I take the full payout. Because if I took the max, say if they didn't have that rule, I would have maybe I would have not taken any out to build it up more, or maybe I would have taken it all out and then I wouldn't been able to bring it all the way up to 80,000 or whatever I did. So I don't if you can do a sim account and you can make $3,000 a month from just a fake account, a sim account, and work the prop firms, man, that's crazy. Like when you really think about it, because think about it this way. If you're trading a prop firm, or say if you're interested in starting a business, right? Starting a business, so you can buy a prop firm for less than $150. You can, in theory, start a business for free, right? A service sector business. But the thing is, there's expenses that go into businesses if you want to market it and grow in it. And then there's also tools that you typically need, right? Even in a service type job, most likely, right? Or marketing needs, right? So to start a business in the first place properly, right? You register a business, which costs hundreds of dollars, right? There's expenses is basically what I'm saying. If you're a decent trader, you can start a trading business for $100, right? And you can turn that into whatever you want. So in the grand scheme of things, you have to really think of it as a business, but ultimately you want to just think of it super slow it down, right? Super slow down, because everyone thinks that they can do this. But yet 95% of people fail, and even more so fail these prop firms because of the challenges, not even the challenges, the rules make it harder. So the only way that I figured out how to kind of break these systems was by going utterly slow. Like super slow. Like 1 MNQ. Like if you're trading a $50,000 account, not like in the prop firm space, don't use NQ. Don't use ES. Don't bother. Use micros. Stay in the game. Be happy with making $50 to $100 in a day. Trust me. Because the thing is, if you get good at that, you can copy trade more accounts. You can scale it up. But the moment you start going into NQs and MES, the notional value there, it's just like setting you up to blow it up. Like the only way you can trade an NQ or ES is if you have like the 150K account and you have like $4,000 of room. But even then, you might be forced to you might feel the urge to double down on a losing trade. And then it literally can wipe half you don't have $150,000 to trade. I don't even know what that really is. Okay. You have $4,000 or $2,000 to lose or $1,200 to lose. And you can lose that in the blink of an eye. And they know this. That's why they make so much, is because people don't care. They just do that. And then you'll lose it. You'll do it again. You'll come back and be like, okay, now I'm only going to follow this strategy. Now I'm only going to do it this way, blah, 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 blah. But yet same thing happens. So if you focus in on just MNQ or MES or whatever it is that you want to trade, a micro, and you just do one contract, maybe two, it'll take you forever to get a payout through their rules, but you'll last in the game longer than anybody else. You won't be blowing accounts. Yeah, it just, I don't know. It's my opinion. It's just in my opinion. Like, you'll have other people blow through thousands of accounts, hundreds of accounts, right? And eventually they'll get this massive payout and they'll be like, see what I did? I'm amazing. And then finally, it's like they needed that, because if they didn't get it, they'd be out $70,000 in just prop firm fees. That happens. Believe it or not. Yeah, 2,500. Yeah, 25,000 per contract on ES. Yeah. ES was good to you this year. Good. MES and MGC. Nice. Yeah, I haven't traded gold. I mean, like swing trading, but in physical. And I don't know. My biggest gold purchase was physical, and silver purchase was physical. Back when silver was like $12 an ounce. My biggest physical purchase was back then. It was crazy. I don't have it anymore. I used it as a down payment on my home. Partial down payment on my home. I made a huge down payment on this house. Huge. All right, so let's go check on the Netflix again. Tesla coming off a little bit here, still in its little opening range. And then now, so if you're interested in Netflix, all right, if you're interested in Netflix, see how it's following this trend kind of lower, and it's underneath its 2 standard deviation move. It's underneath the weekly. So this, to me, is getting a little bit better to play a potential move up to maybe in around daily VWAP. Intraday, the only unfortunate thing is daily time frame. It looks horrible, but we did sell off from here to here. So yeah, you can get reflexive type bounces when you see price action like this. There's a lot of news driving this. Obviously, there is, I don't know, Paramount or Warner Brothers or whatever the heck's driving it. But when you get outside of market expectations, you can play little bounces, maybe a little bit bigger. Maybe you can turn it into a swing trade if you're bullish Netflix, or just a partial day trade. But notice how when we came to the 2 standard deviation move, right? If you just were patient, right? Where are we right now? We're just kind of right there. And now we're floating around the weekly implications of it. Tube, you're funny, man. Hey, what's up, Palm Tree? Can we do a Discord-wide poker tournament? Actually kind of sounds fun. How does that work? I guess we'd have to use an online thing and maybe do a internal poker tournament maybe through there. I don't know what that looks like. I feel like some services might do that. I still have an account with America's Card Room. I used to play on America's Card Room. I actually went to Punta Cana to play in the Punta Cana Classic poker tournament. And I played heads up and then also shorter term, smaller tables, sit and goes with the CEO of America's Card Room. That was a fun experience. Yeah, Palm Tree. Yep, second kid's on the way. I'll have to look into that too. Any specific platform that you know of that does that? Is that like WPT? They're platform does it, or does America's Card Room do it? I feel like America's Card Room is kind of complicated though. Like, I haven't played it for a while. I haven't been on there for a while, so I don't know what it looks like anymore. You say nice, tight spread exotic on Netflix. Cool. We're still kind of following this trend down here on Netflix. NQ still kind of following this trend down. We're kind of back at that 68.50. We're down about 22 basis points. Market net flow. Green line's going down a little bit. Still no convergence. Slow drain today. Punta Cana rocks. Yeah, it was fun. I can't forget what resort we were at, but it was huge. We needed a golf cart to get everywhere. It was almost too big, but it was cool. It was by, you know, Akon, the singer Akon, right? I think he had his nightclub was there, or right outside of it. At least that's what the people told us. I don't know if that's true, but that's where we were, wherever that is. If Akon has a club in Punta Cana, that's where I was. Akon. Okie dokie, Marty Chokies. We have Tesla down about 3% now. I guess that's more of the drag. That, and I guess Google was once the shining star, is now down a whopping 1.7%, coming into its lower implied move for the day. Holding us down. Nice, Java. Saved. That's funny. Am I watching RH in any way? Yeah. I mean, I have a position in RH right now. Once again, it's a tiny position. I bought, where's my average price? Actually, earnings is around the corner, so I'll probably just dump it. But, I already sold some. Okay, so yeah, I'm up like 5%. So I'm like a day separated basically from where, because it's so volatile. 152.50. 152. Yeah, like, so my entry I think was like through this high over here. I think I was just looking at retail names to do good. This being one of them. And I think I traded through here, and I just have a little bit left on. So I sold the bulk of it already. It's a 1% of the portfolio. And this doesn't even look good. It looks like it's going to break right back down. At least right now. I don't know what earnings is going to bring, but now that I see earnings is around the corner, I'll probably just get rid of that. RH, man, this thing can rip. So even if I have 1%, if this thing just took off, right, to the upside, it's great. And if it breaks down to the downside, it's kind of whatever. It's been down, and it's been in a bearish trend. But, man, these things can rip. So Google just hit its eyeball range. That just tagged right now, right here. That's the one standard deviation, 315.59. Right here. Boop, boop. Google up, Google down. Yes. Can prop firms add extra fees? I don't really know the internals of them, but it does feel like some prop firms, when you like, the commissions are different. So I think probably, don't quote me on that, but if I remember trading one of them and I was like, whoa, why is the fees like so high? So I guess always look into that. But like, by meaning the transact, like it's a sim account, but there's still like, you still have commission fees, but you're not paying the commission fees. It's just out of your profits or whatever. So the only actual thing that you're paying for is for the account. You know what I'm saying? Oh, and potentially the data too, by the way. You might need to pay for data. Some accounts give it to you, some accounts don't. Like for Tradeify, I think I paid the data feed. I don't know if they still do that or not. I have actually Tradeify now on that select account, but now come to think about it, I haven't traded Tradeify for a while, so I may have just been paying that and forgot that I had it on my account because it's working right now. Unless they included it all of a sudden, so I have to double check now because it's not like crazy. It's like $9 a month or something like that, but still, I don't want to have a leaky bucket of a bunch of $9 payments everywhere. What's up, Doppler? Good morning. All right. NQ didn't quite make it up into the 30s. Couldn't hold that 700. But price action is just following this trend here. Boop. Couldn't be shocked if it jumps back up if this changes ever so slightly. Okay. How fast did I get paid out? With Tradeify, like I got approved pretty much within a few minutes, and then it was like, I can't remember, it was, now I gotta check, but it was like the same day where it went into my Rise account. And then Rise takes like a couple of days. Like Rise means when it goes into your Rise account, it means Tradeify put it into this third party bank or whatever, and that's like access, that's outside of Tradeify, and that allows you to withdraw. And then when you withdraw from Rise, you know, it takes like a couple of days or a day or two or whatever, but that's Rise. So Tradeify got it into my Rise account like right away. Like it was just boom. It was crazy. We're talking a day, within the day or the next day. Once again, I had 0 problems getting paid. Well, okay, I had 1 problem, but that was it's just an error that they fixed right away. So, and it felt like it lasted longer only because it was on a holiday. So it was a very easy process. Now, I don't know if it's always going to be like that or if these prop firms are going to, you know, change or what that's going to look like, or, you know, if all of a sudden they go bankrupt. Like, I don't know any of that. I don't know their internals, but what I do know is I traded, I made money, they paid me. And if they didn't pay me, or if I had problems and had to do all kinds of weird loopholes, I wouldn't talk about it. I would be like, I had a bad experience. If you want to know details, let me know. That wasn't the case. I don't remember the fees on Rise. I don't think I had really fees on Rise. I don't think I did. If it did, it was so tiny. Were there fees on Tradeify when they paid me? So the only fee is, it's not really a fee. It's just they pay you at 90% of your payout. So if you make $15,000 and you get like say if you get the max payout like 15 grand, they take you get 90% of that. So it's like 13,500. And then that will hit your account. That's what hit my account at least. I don't think Rise had a fee. I honestly, I'd have to go look, but if it did, it was almost unnoticeable. All right, we're pressing some lows here for NQ. Tick is not doing nothing. Let's go to ES. So one thing to call out here on ES, see how we're kind of holding lows. So if this breaks lower, right, because we're kind of a range day. So ES, right, start, we kind of went lower, trending lower. However, if you pay attention down here, what do we got? We got a low reading on tick. Make this a little bit bigger for you. Low reading on tick for the day. That was right here. This drives lower, which we technically did drive a little bit lower, but let's say if it gets down a little bit lower here, and this holds to a higher low, we actually have ourselves a little bit of a positive divergence. And sometimes those, once you start to see strength, can play more into like middle of the range, you know, up here. All right, so right now we're seeing lower highs. Now it'd be nice to see this kind of break down, create a more cleaner divergence. But ultimately, you'd say, hey, I think we can come kind of back into the middle-ish of that range and potentially higher. Right, so I'd be looking at the same thing for NQ. All right. Give me a second here. I'm seeing Netflix kind of move. Because I did put in a starter. Give me a second here. Okay, so I'm gonna go back to Netflix because I'm seeing my screen go a little green. Ooh, green. What are we doing with green? Okay, there you go. Getting a little movement in Netflix. That's probably why. Okay, so let's go back and just kind of share this example again. Kind of what I like to see. So Netflix. All right, so what do? We broke outside of the 2 standard deviation move. It was basically a straight shot. We found out that the weekly was right there. We follow this trend. And if you did that, if you traded it, whatever, you get a little bit of a pop-up. Now for me, especially in these kind of market conditions, so I'm not looking to hold Netflix necessarily, but if I do, it'd be like 10% of what the day trade amount, and then maybe catch a little bit more of a bounce, but it's not like the greatest trend over here by any means. So you scale some out, maybe play it to daily VWAP. But, if like, for example, this trend, so how do I word this? So if you're day trading, it's all about, risk to reward, just like it is with swing trading. But if you say you play this breakout of the trend or back through the weekly implied move, just a move from say here to here, it's already, more than a 1 risk to 1 reward. You see what I'm saying? And then you're at a higher probability level. So the higher probability is that we were going to break up. You see this trending down, you get the break back towards it with risking maybe 1 to 1. And it could very well go up to daily VWAP, right? So that would be like 2 to 1, 3 to 1. And the thing is, if you're day trading and you get these 2 to 3 to 1 risk to rewards time and time again, like that's huge, because it's not easy to get those type of risk to rewards in short periods of times consistently. So we're using probabilities, right, to do so. So when I see this, I'm like, okay, I scale out a little bit, the bulk of it, and then I'll just kind of let it go throughout the day, see what it does. Maybe if it gets up to VWAP, then I'll even a little bit more. And then depending on what it looks like on a daily chart, maybe I'll hold it. All right. So, okay, let me go back. But there was a lot going on there. So earlier, like for anybody that's outside of this realm that we're talking about, sees Netflix breaking down, and they're probably get out of the position. It's breaking down. It's underneath all these averages, but they're not looking at expectations of the market. And that's kind of why we discuss that, or why I talk about it, is because a lot of opportunity lies outside of market's expectations. Right? Do I like to add to winners? Yeah, I do. I like to add to winners for sure. But typically I like to sell winners too. So for example, right, UNH, well, yeah, that one did it. Like typically I'll like think of it like a core position, right? And then I mean like PCT, I did this with PCT pretty effectively. It coiled up, I bought it, right? And then I sold into it, and then it coiled up again. And I was like, oh, I'm gonna buy it again. And I bought it again. But I'm not just like adding to the winner, and I'm not taking, like, I don't think I've ever added to a winner that I didn't also take away from, if that makes sense. So it's like trading around. Like if I'm bullish it, I'm like, if it sets up and it breaks out, right, I lock in some of my profits, it sets back up, and I try to do it again. But maybe I have like a core position on. So my average price, when people see my average price, they're like, oh, you bought it there? Not necessarily. It could be just my average price from all my trading around that area, if that makes sense. Okay, so cool little stuff there on Netflix. Good example there that we got to witness. Let me go back to my gamma levels. So what do I think about Microsoft? Let's pull up Microsoft. Intraday smelly or daily chart for daily time frame? I feel like you might be talking about daily time frame. And the only reason why I think that is because I was kind of looking at this already. And you pretty much have great charts and you see a lot what I see. So intraday, after the move, right? Intraday, all right, we're up at the upper eyeball range, holding daily view up. That's good. I was kind of thinking this. I was thinking that a lot of the names that have been doing really good, like right, Google, right, Apple was doing pretty good. It's just pulling in a little bit here. I was thinking that if the market's going to hold steady, we might see rotations back into the names that have been doing good, and maybe pull back on the names that have been doing. Pull back on the names that have been doing good, and rotate into the names that haven't gone anywhere as far as the larger market cap names. So, for example, that means Tesla coming off. Okay, that's happening. Congratulations in hindsight. Meta, it's been kind of moving up higher, so maybe this one's the one to consolidate or potentially chill out a little bit. Amazon moved up. That one's coming in. Microsoft moved down. Perhaps they rotate into this, right? Maybe we come back up into and around this range. So right out of the gate, when I look at Microsoft, I'm establishing a higher low here, right? If we can get back above this, right? I would like to see another day sideways, maybe two. And then you break back up to this 510 area. And the only reason I say that is because we came from here and we kind of, squirted ourselves higher over here. Bad choice of words. But when I pull this up now, this is the 5-day moving average, the purple line, 5 days on the 15-minute time frame, so synthesized 5-day. It doesn't look horrible, right? You're just kind of going sideways. This is starting to pick back up. So for me, I feel like this is a possibility to see press up a little bit higher if the market holds itself together. Then Google, right? Google would come in that theory. It would come in or consolidate because it's been straight up. NVIDIA, right? NVIDIA could be potential one hasn't been going anywhere, potentially see upside move. I will note that it's kind of flagging out here though, so a little sketchy. And then Apple is pulling back after a strong move into and around that 20 days. So this could also be one to watch here. I would love to see this, I would love to see like a 2 standard deviation move daily, or even just come down to the lower weekly implied move for these type of names. So ultimately, Microsoft's looking pretty good on today's weakness. So if I were to do a position right now, given where it came from and where it's at, it wouldn't be a full size. It'd be a smaller position. Right, if you're an options trader, you can maybe look at spreads to spread for a higher trade over a certain amount of time. Let's say 45 days. I don't know, whatever works for you. And then you find the set risk. You're like, hey, I can risk 90 cents on this spread or $1 or whatever. And am I okay with losing $1 on an option? Yeah, I'm okay with losing $1, right? Or $2 or whatever your account is. And then you set it, you forget it. And if you get into a decent profit, trim it out. Yeah. And if you don't get the profit, right, and just be patient with it, let it do its thing after that point, right? You got to let these things play out. Options trades, that is. Do I have a TV script for expected moves daily on TradingView? I don't. So TradingView, it has to be manual because TradingView, unfortunately, doesn't have the implied volatility feature that Thinkorswim does or other platforms do. I can't pull up implied volatility on specific. Now, I can create my own implied volatility on each product, but it's typically based off of ATR. And I prefer the implied volatility because implied volatility is coming directly from the options market. It is what the market's trying to handicap as forward-looking risk. So you have to manually draw your levels, or you can hop into the AsherBot, or go into your own platform and pull your levels yourself. But the AsherBot will derive those levels, and you put the levels on your screen and so forth. I'm gonna take a quick break. Give me a second. I hear my kids up, and I want to say good morning. Be right back. Let me pull up. Oh, it looks like we're kind of slipping off into the sunset over here on NQ as well. Okay, so as I'm stepping away, man, I hate stepping away in front of this, but that's fine. No day trades for me so far, other than I did put a little into Netflix and I already got some of that out. I do that. By the way, if you watch this stream and you're like, but you didn't tell me, I'm not going to call out trades. That's not what I do. You got to do it yourself. Maybe on occasion I will, but for the most part, I don't do that because it's in I don't want to influence people, because once again, position sizing is what matters most, right? Position sizing. And if you don't do your position sizing correctly and you just follow somebody, we can do the same exact trades, right? You know this, like everyone knows this, right? If I had, Van Tharp teaches this, taught this. He has a bag of marbles, 10 marbles, and each marble color represents a specific risk to reward trade. You lose 2-1, you make 5-1. And he says, I want you all, so we're all going to take the same trades and the same risk to reward, pulls them out. But your goal over here is to make the most amount of money. Your goal is to try to just be even. Your goal is to, protect your health and whatever. They took the same exact trades with the same exact risk to reward, but they had different position sizing each time. And what was the end result? There was many people that blew their accounts trying to make the most they could, even though that most of them were winning trades. Some people did very, very good, that kind of the far side of the bell curve. And then other people were more towards the even area. All right. So once again, copying trade alerts doesn't work. It just doesn't work if you don't have a system around position sizing. It doesn't work. All right. You'll feel like it does. You're like, you were right this time.
Update
you were right.
for Apple. The chip chief
But,
tells staff
when
he
I'm
is
right,
not
for example, if I make a trade and I'm
anytime soon.
right, I ain't making 50% on it on my entire portfolio. It might move my portfolio 25 basis points to 30 basis points, while it moves yours 6% or 10 basis points. Okay, right? I don't know. I'll be right back. Okay, so we're just kind of syncing off here. I'd be watching this lower daily implied move, and then I'm going to just go ahead and bring in this so you can keep an eye there. Okay. I hear my son playing. It's hilarious. Oh, what's that sound? I'll be right back. Put on a little music, little tunes. Be right back.
And just an update from the BLS. They say they will not be publishing the October PPI report. That's the BLS announcing they are not going to be publishing the October PPI report. Just further update from the BLS on that November PPI report that will be released on, and that's the 14th of January, the November PPI report, 14th of January next year.
just further going back to BLS, so they will not produce October import-export price indexes. They plan to publish October data with that November import-export release on January 15th, 2026.
All right. Cool, dude. What'd I miss? My son woke up today. He's like, "Where's my electric guitar?" Got him a little guitar. It was pretty funny. The little toy one. "Where's my electric guitar at?" Come outside and he's like this. "Oh, McDonald. Oh, McDonald had a farm." Alrighty. So we slipped under that 68.50. Let's see if anything changed here from a 0DTE perspective. 68.50, kind of still that area, so coming right back into and around it. Market net flow, still nothing here on market net flow. It's not clean. Trust me, it's important to pay attention to it when it is clean, and it's not clean right now, okay? Oakley dokleys. It ain't clean. No edge, in short, is what that means to me. Getting some more movement in some other names, like on, 2 standard deviation move lower. Not interested as it's kind of moved up higher, so into these levels, but that is a 2 standard deviation movement on today. Go to ES. Okay, so remember we talked about ES. Oh, well, it did break a new low there, so we didn't get the bullish divergence here, but hey, perhaps we can get it here. So that was a low tick reading for the day on this little move lower. If this were to come in and this stays above this and we create a little bit of a positive divergence, that could be something to watch for. So that was the low tick reading of the day. So if I show you what just the tick chart looks like, this is the tick chart up above us. You can see it's the same thing. They just look, they're styled differently. But this one, the NYSE tick chart, right? No real extended readings today. No real like frothy readings. Okay. By frothy, I mean like hidden or alerts down here like minus 950, plus 950, minus 1,000, and so forth. Not the case. So if I want to pull up ES, I can look at it like this. Okay. Yeah, what's the trend with new not reporting economic data? I don't know. The whole economic, like, I think I got to get back on point with this stuff. It's quite annoying. It's quite annoying not getting the data when it says it is. So I can't like trust my calendars. Like I can to an extent, but it's like, are they going to update when they say, okay, now we're going to do it? It's annoying. So tomorrow we get supposedly jolts, but yeah, didn't we just get what was the alert? Something came through. I just saw a notification somewhere. That October isn't going to be reported for whatever reason. Just so you guys know, guys, gals, every single candle, every 15-minute candle today has been red. We open and we close lower. Every single one. Just a slow drain lower. Pretty steep trend. Now, market net flow is not confirming this. So what I've seen happen when this stuff happens, it's like all of a sudden you get this short burst of energy that goes like this. It comes right back up. Timing that would be better if this looked better. I'm just speaking from experience of what I've seen. Not trying to forecast or predict that that's going to be the case here, but so far it's just been a slow bleed down. or right there at that 5-day moving average as well. Good area to just bulls to kind of step back in and say, hey, no doing this no more. Stop it. Stop selling off. Green flags for market net flow, if I was staring at right now, a green flag would be, better would be, first off, S&P 500 showing some strength, right? We need convergence. So this would have to start coming in a little bit, which just tells us that this bullish divergence is getting better because SPY is moving with it. But more importantly, the red line flatten out to come down and the green line start to head up higher. That's best case scenario. Second best is the red line either want to come down, this to stay flat, or red line to stay flat and green line to start going up. So them to diverge from one another. And obviously the SPY to confirm that price. So this would start to kind of head up if that was the case. That would be, more bullish in market net flow. From a price action perspective, I mean, we're following this trend. This is ES, lower lows, lower highs. Ultimately, if this breaks down and comes to touch this 68.45, this area here, and this holds a positive divergence, that right there would be a great opportunity to play just a range day. It feels like a trend day, and it kind of is trending, but it's not like a really clean trend day. So this could be just the start of a range, right? It's like here, and then it comes up, or if it breaks down a little bit, then it comes up. And then you look at it in hindsight and you're like, yeah, it was a range day. It was a range day. Well, yeah, I'm just talking in terms of net flow, right? We're well above the gamma flip line. We're not going down to the gamma flip line today, unless if we get some sort of news. Like that would be a huge move. That'd be bringing the S&P 500 down 2 standard deviation. So the only way that's happening today is a news-driven catalyst that makes some of these names go absolutely bonkers, right? If you're going to hit the weekly implied move on a Monday, you typically get there with a clear trend, and we don't got that today. So it would have to be some sort of a catalyst-driven event. Yeah, and gamma flip line's down here. So not impossible, but unlikely. Unlikely without news catalyst. Purple line, so this is a 15-minute chart. The purple line right here is 130 period moving average, which equals the 5-day moving average on a 15-minute chart. Okay. So 15-minute chart, 130 period moving average, it works out to be 5 days. Alrighty then.
Just a further update on that tsunami. JMA says tsunami of 70 centimeters is observed in Japan's Kuji port
Tsunami
in Iwate Prefecture.
A tsunami? Say what? Okay. Just look at this trend. I mean, I feel like this is going to break. I feel like we can break this, This little trend here. Let's redraw it out a little bit better. I feel like people are probably just like, oh, the bears. All right, there you go. I feel like that could break. I like how as soon as I draw it out, it starts breaking. Cool, dude. Rock on. No, I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Surf must be good today. Sheesh. Oh, I would imagine so, especially if it's a tsunami. Hopefully it's not like a deathly tsunami. I don't really know terms of certain tsunamis. I barely know terms of earthquakes, so I know that the higher number means more powerful, but earthquakes are freaky. I still have like flashbacks as a kid in the San Francisco earthquake. I was obviously a lot younger, baby slash toddler. I don't know. I can't even remember how old it was. I was definitely not, probably couldn't even talk, but I do remember. Feels like a dream, just how powerful it was. Could be a dream. Could have been a dream. Are we getting our relief bounce? Is that what's happening?
Market update for Charter Communications. CEO says company about to launch wireless internet backup as a residential product. It's via the UBS conference.
We're just right back at 68.50. So that 68.50 is this level right here. I think we even came down into 68.25 or came pretty close. No.
Energy update. So just further update to that Iraq situation. So full output resumed at West Qurna 2 oil field in Iraq. The field will pump more than normal to make up for the
Thanks,
hole.
Wolf Banter. Yeah, the green line's starting to crank. Oh, are we changing trend here? Are we doing it? Is NQ finally going to make a move? Offer up some relief, back up to, I don't know, let's say 700 to maybe daily VWAP. I don't see why it couldn't. I don't see why we couldn't go back up to daily VWAP today. When, I don't know, but the only thing that it kind of come back to is just how back month versus front month volatility was telling us that this is probably going to be the case. We're going to consolidate and pull back. So what would you be looking for net flow? Did I just explain that? Don't look at the numbers here. The numbers here on this right here is just the stock price for SPY. The price. The white line is just the SPY. The green and red line are the ones that I kind of pay attention to. And then convergence. And then when you look at the absolute, I mean, this is just a clean, slow bleed trend. Now we're breaking up a little bit higher. I mean, it just has the look and feel that it's going to just offer up our relief. We're going to go up. Woohoo, we did it. You know, 631, that's quite a bit of points there if that's the case. 620, 720, 730. We'll see. Let's take a look at some of the big players. What are they doing? NVIDIA. Be nice to see that back above daily VWAP. Apple, kind of holding lows of the trading session. Maybe Google can do something. Google's kind of holding lows here too. Not the greatest look. Microsoft, that's what's kind of moving the market right now, is Microsoft breaking up higher. Okay. Amazon also seeing a little bit of relief from these lows. I guess that helps to an extent. And then Broadcom is coming back to its daily VWAP. So if we get the other players to kind of jump in on this, then we can see a little bit more relief. But right now it's Microsoft. And you know, how much further can Microsoft hold this market if everything else goes down? In fact, if everything keeps continuing to go down, it's probably going to suck Microsoft right back in. That's typically what happens. Other players, they're not participating. You get one outlier, keeps going and going, and then all of a sudden the market starts to correlate again, and then you get pulls. So just choppy tape. Chop City, yo. Chop City. Yeah. Probably not seeing much, probably won't see much until we get the Fed. Typical. What's this? Oh my God. That's funny. For me, pretty risk off. Yeah, no, I haven't traded much at all recently. Starting to get convergence to move upwards here a little bit. So if this can start to turn green a bit, I mean, it opens the door for SPY to come back up. Gives us some sort of hope, right? The green line going up, red line kind of just flatlined. Start to get convergence. That at least starts the process of saying, hey, things here are shifting shorter term. Still no confirmation of that. And every candle's been red. Every candle on the 15 minutes been red. What's up, Echu? Netflix low didn't go higher. Yeah, we can pull that back up. We can look at MicroStrategy too. I don't have any MicroStrategy right now. Netflix. Yeah, so Netflix kind of set itself back up again, coming back under the weekly. Right now, it's just doing around
down
these
that Warner
levels.
Bros. Discovery story. So Paramount says Warner Bros. Tender offer to be open for 20
right,
days.
if you start breaking above this,
Warner Bros. Has
then
10
you might be able
days
to
to
call this
respond to
some
the offer.
form of a double bottom, actually. And you can maybe play it back into here, but it's a ways away from there. A lot of the times when you hit weekly implied moves, you kind of just dangle and doodle. So this is why when we talk about the risk to reward just a little bit ago, it makes sense, right? If you bought here, right, your stop was maybe the low of the day or whatever the case is, you're talking already a 1-to-1 or maybe even higher, 2-to-1, maybe a little bit less or whatever. It makes sense from a day trading perspective to take partials, some profits. Thanks, One Wheeler. It's not always going to be V bottoms, but like this right here is a higher low. So there you go. Now, if that gets taken out, then we don't have it. But right now it's a higher low. So it's at least somewhat structural. VRTX just hit a 2 standard deviation move to the downside. VRTX. We're getting our higher tick readings now, actually. Some of the higher ones for the day. As SPY is kind of breaking higher. VRTX, so this is a 2 standard deviation move. It's coming back kind of to the 200-day and daily VWAP. After a big breakout. So, things like this, right? If you're bullish, this name. Perhaps, there's a lot of volume traded here. This was so thin. Boom, moved up high pretty quickly, so. But sometimes that creates opportunities there. Those moves. Not one that I would prefer to day trade. It looks a little thin. Let's pull up the tick chart.
Update for Amazon.
There's your
Web
highest tick
Services
reading of the day.
with
So that's
BlackRock
positive.
to deliver Aladdin
And
on
market net
AWS's
flow
cloud infrastructure.
is getting better. You're seeing the green line up, red line flat. So once again, that's one of those positive signs that we talk about. No convergence yet. But even so, if we start to get convergence, then we're trying to like hammer out some sort of trying to hammer out a bottom right here. If not the bottom for the day, it's a bottom. Yeah, FOMC, a lot of expectation. Oh, the expectation is that we're getting a rate cut. So the only shakeup that's going to happen is if, one, the expectation doesn't happen, right? We're expected to get a rate cut. If we don't get it, that can be outside of market expectations. And I'm not just saying it's the market's expecting it, you know, for the sake of saying that. We're talking probabilities here. 90% probability we're getting a 25 basis point cut. So if it comes outside of what the market expects, that creates volatility. And then it depends on what he says at the presser, how he answers certain questions. That's what can bring the volatility. I think the 25 basis point cut is priced in. I think that's priced in. So now it's more like the market's always try to price something in, right? So that's why it creates volatility if it comes in unexpected. The rate cut, if the market priced in a rate cut at 90% probability and we don't get it, that, or if we get a higher one, right, the market changes. It adjusts expectations. And then tries to price in the next move. Yeah, if he prices in hawkish.
Just in the latest US bills, US does sell 3-month bills at
I'm
high
just
rate,
watch flow, and I'm going to watch what
3.658%,
happens.
covered 2.73 times. Also sells 6-month bills at high rate, 3.580%.
I mean, I love for
covered
prices to just keep going higher,
3.01 times.
despite me just being like not having really much position exposure in the markets. So, part of me is like, well, take it down, and then I'm going to try to get more exposure. But for Christmas so far, the Christmas season here, I'm pretty lackluster in exposure in the markets because I'm just getting ready for baby number 2. Colgate Palmolive, new low on the trading session and a 2 standard deviation move. 76.27 was the expected move. 2 standard deviation. Colgate Palmolive breaking lows, heading lower. Consumer staples. Look at the daily chart. Looks like garbage. Nice consolidation over here. Broke out, faded. Man, all these consumer staple type names have been just getting hammered. Look at Procter & Gamble today. Kaboom. Kaboomba. Thanks, Achoo. Do I have a trading room? I do. The rate cut not being a foregone conclusion was like 2-3 weeks ago, probably, where it was kind of like a coin toss, but the probabilities of the market have shifted dramatically. As you can see here, probabilities, or we can compare it. Let's see if it shows it back. It doesn't go back further enough, but a little bit further than this 1 month, there was a less probability, and then it's been going up to a higher probability. And then the probabilities of no rate cut here have dropped dramatically, or keeping it flat, sorry. Market net flow, nope, nothing. Nothing good, nothing horrible, but nothing. And the S&P 500 just kind of doodling around, coming back in. Bum, 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 bum. Berkshire is getting kind of hit today too, down about 2.5%. It's a pretty big move in financials right here. In that financial name, Other than that, I mean, we saw a big move in financials. Not many people have talked about this. Give me a second. I got to get my dog. All right. Oh, buddy. What are you doing in here? A little bit more. You want to say hi? Say hi. Hi. Say hi, everybody. Hi, everybody. All right. Trying to get out. Okay, I'm bolting in here. Try to get Coco, and he's like, "Hey, Daddy, wait." Loves coming into Daddy's office, jumping in the chair and pressing keys. Hi, everybody. All right. FTNT. Whoa, this thing is getting smoke showed. So this one just hit a 2 standard deviation move at 84.08. These I like to see for bounces, like these type of things. Like, look at this thing. Bam. This thing is straight down. Well, now it's already bouncing. Go figure, right at the 2 standard deviation move. Come back down. Break down even further. Don't leave me. Fortnite. Yeah, this is pulling back. 2 standard deviation strong into an inclining 5-day. Daily chart doesn't look all too hot, but 15 minutes okay. That's a big hit. So maybe perhaps news driven, but that looks like it could pop up there. FTNT. Yeah. Horrible trend line that I just drew, but you get the point. That was a big move. Yeah, net flow. I mean, it's kind of improving. So you see this little convergence, how it's kind of like, you know, putting in higher lows here. Not really a thing, but it's putting in higher lows, and the green line's kind of moving up higher. It's moving with that. Red line's kind of going up too, though. That's what's annoying. So if SPY started just moving up just a little bit here, it'd be a pretty good sign. It'd be a pretty good sign, but it's just not doing it yet. Okay. Not doing it yet. The Bears got to eat. Yeah, the Bears, man, they're all skin and bone right now. Eat food. Oh yeah, so I wanted to put the pink line. Let me edit the properties here. It was 84.08. So maybe we can crack under 84. See a little bit of a flush. A bit of a flush. Extend to the left, extend to the right. And maybe get a little bit of a bounce there. 10-year going up. Yeah, the 10 years. That was, we prepare for the 10-year to go up these last few days, few videos. Yeah. You know, now it's obviously frothy, right? So it comes up to these levels and probably backs off here soon. We'll see. It'll probably really move when the Fed. You would definitely want to pay attention to the bond market, right? When the Fed talks. Some might look at this and say also, just like we did with PFIX earlier, right? That was called out by the chat. A little inverse head and shoulder. Whatever, you know. That means up into the neckline, probably right around this area. Right around here. 4.4, 4.45. That'd be a big move. That'd be a big move. I'm in PST. PST. That red line's still kind of creeping with the market, holding things down. Netflix near lows again. Good. Setting up. Remember, it's not a good looking trend here on Netflix on the daily. So you can take advantage of these undercuts of big moves, you know. Right now it's coiling up, right? Lower highs, a little bit of higher lows, but it's like on the cusp of breaking down. Right? But it's ultimately, what are we doing? We're doodling around the weekly implied move, that orange line, and then we're outside of a 2 standard deviation move. Oops. So it's not doing anything right now. This is the annoying thing. That is so annoying. Let's go back to FTNT. All right, here we go. Still holding a nice steep trend to the downside. Let's see. So once again, just like Netflix, right? Sometimes these create those opportunities for shorter term. So if we can maybe, let's extend this out to the right. You know, break down, hold this trend, and then break out. You look for risk to reward. That makes sense, right? Sometimes it plays out perfectly. Sometimes it doesn't. You know, a lot of times you can do buy stop orders. So see if your order gets picked up and then moves. Or you got to be okay with missing the trade. Thanks, comrade. Rally to 7,000. Yeah, that'd be great. That'd be cool. I'm not as prepared as I was for the 7,000 tag anymore. I had the exposure that I wanted, but then just up until just really recently, I was like, I got to get more into cash. And that was only because of what I talked about earlier. It's just nothing to necessarily do with the market stuff, but Transports are strong. No, that's aerospace. What's a transport ETF? Tran, NASDAQ transportation. Yeah, that's been strong. I wouldn't trace up from here to there. I don't know what's in this NASDAQ transportation index. I have to look at the holdings, but you know, Boeing's doing fine. We'll look at jets. So airlines, same thing. Big move in some of the airline space. You know, now I look for consolidations. I think it's fine if you're doing small size with FTNT, if it's just from a 2 standard deviation perspective, I think it's fine, right? You're just scalping. Like, so we broke the trend. There we go. So, I mean, this is 1 minute, but in theory, what would happen is if you're doing a small scalp, I mean, you could just see where it goes and play the probabilities. But typically, you buy under the 2 standard deviation move, or you play a trend breakout. Your stop would be down here, and if it moves up, cool. But this is also not like a super. It's not bad per se, but it's not like a super liquid intraday chart, right? So every minute, like if I'm looking at volume, it's like 10,000, 20,000, shares. So the bid-ask spread, not horrible, right, at all by any means. Way better than a lot of names. But yeah, if you start small and then just say, hey, I'm going to see where this goes to end of day, cool. Like, and you could always just scale in. If you're starting small, if it breaks down further, you can do small scales because we've already moved 2 standard deviation moves. So the thought here, I mean, the unlikely thing is that it's going to go 3, 4 standard deviations. But even if it does, if you're doing it small and building in, it wouldn't, it shouldn't damage your portfolio. All right, that's the thing. It's to add a couple basis points here and for me, it's to add a couple basis points here and a couple basis points there.
And just on the energy footing, schedule does show Azeri BTC crude oil exports from the Seyhan port set at 16.2 million barrels in January.
SE just hit a 2 standard deviation move
December.
too. So SE, see, very similar, right? C limited. This one hit at 127.57. So legitimately, that was the low right now is 127.57. So that just got the alert from the daily Asherbot. By the way, this is all coming in the Discord channel. That's why I know that this is happening. Edit properties, pink, right? Wait, what did I say it was? 127.57. All right. So bam, there's a 2 standard deviation move in C. All right. The trend, lower to watch for intraday, right? Once again, this one has a little bit, not really. I mean, still low volume intraday stuff. It's not like, the movement that you get in NVIDIA and Netflix and, those bigger names. But needless to say, they do have weekly expirations. So the options are typically more liquid. I think FNT could follow Crowd, CRWD. Crowd doesn't look all too bad right now. Intraday. It's kind of consolidating. Nice move up there on volume. Now it's kind of just moving sideways. I mean, this looks okay, I guess. Just no movement in markets. So now we're kind of just doing this. Earnings, right? We closed at the highs of the session. Now we're kind of just pulling back. So if we start breaking through here on Crowd, I mean, this could open the door right back up. Right? You have a move down. Earnings didn't react good, but at the end of the day, it did. By end of day, it did. So CRM is forming a bear flag. I don't see much of a bear flag right now. I see sideways price action, and I see just a very strong move to the upside, right into that year-to-date VWAP. But a bear flag, I mean, this to me wouldn't be a bear flag, because a bear flag would require a move down and then kind of a slow consolidation drag back this way. And what happens with the volume is typically this. I'll show you, okay? So volume breaks higher to the downside, and then on the consolidation pullback up here, it goes like this. Right? It dries up on the consolidation. That's what I like to see for bear flags. Here, it's kind of just a strong move to the upside based off of post earnings, bam, right, boom, higher, and now maybe it consolidates and goes sideways. I don't really know, but now if you're looking at like a larger time frame, maybe because I don't know your time frame, but yeah, not even on a weekly. I mean, maybe I guess I don't know. Yeah, I wouldn't put it in the category of a bear flag. Doesn't mean it can't go down. But, oh, you're on 5 minute? Okay, well, that makes a big difference. Okay, so I'll pull up the minute time frame. Yeah, okay. So yeah, I see what you're saying now. So yeah, it's this would be more of a flag, right? Or, after a strong move to the downside on, like you see the big volume, there you go, right? So it all time frame dependent, right? There you go. And it's kind of holding the lows. So yeah, for sure. Now, I don't like shorting lows, but, if it breaks down, we can easily come down into this lower I-vol range. But, don't be surprised if you enter a short here and it goes like this, and back up, and comes and fakes you out, and then comes back in, right? It's just markets do this.
And just of note
It'd
for
be
Trust
just better if
Communications,
overall if market net flow was more
CEO says
confirming for
company's
anything,
capex is coming down to below 8 billion.
Which it's not. Let me see here, 684, we're below 684. So we got to get above 684 on SPY. The green line's been going up, that's positive. Red line, still moving up. And we're starting to get back into a more positive convergence. And that could be the first signs of trying to actually move through this bottom. It's not there yet. But if it is coming, it could be right around the corner. So make it happen, Captain. I got to hop in my rocket ship for that to happen, though. It's the only way we can do it. The chill music, I got striked by YouTube for chill music. This is hell annoying. So I can't play chill music. I can play DMCA free music, but I can't stream otherwise or they strike me. So I can go like this. Let me see if I have some chill Harris Heller. Let me see. A little bit of tunes in the background. Ain't hurt nobody, but apparently it hurts YouTube's feelings. It is what it is. Tis what it is, what it is, what it ain't. Come on, market. VIX is strong like bear. VIX, I guess we can look at VIX. Yeah, VIX is holding highs of the day. Could be a number of reasons, right? This makes sense to me. Volatility going up, right? We're going into an event. Well, there's a couple events that actually could be happening right now. We have the Fed, so typically implied volatility rises going into these events. So that's what VIX is. It's implied vol, right? We're looking at implied volatility. It's rising into an event. Okay. Fed event. And then also, right, we also just finished the arguments not too long ago with all this, right? So we had the tariff mayhem, and then all of a sudden learning resources and VOS selections decided to draw in some lawsuits. Then we had the CIT panel grant the summary judgment for the plaintiffs. And then November 5th, right over here somewhere, they had their first oral arguments for the case. And that typically means that we're going to be getting the results of the tariff stuff here soon. So that could be another reason. I don't know when that's going to come, but I don't know. I think Besant was out a few days ago saying basically, even if we don't win the court, there's other ways that we can go about it. So basically, in my head, that means that the court's going to strike it down. And then they're going to come up with say something, right? They're going to do something, and it's going to, who knows what's going to happen from that point. Just remember, back month, first front month volatility, right? Suggested consolidation, suggested pullbacks. This is pretty normal behavior. Just calling out here once again, convergence is starting to lessen over here as it spies at these lows. Green line's been kind of going up, red line's flattening out. Want to see this turn green? That'd be a little bit better of a sign. If it doesn't, it still opens the door down to a lower daily implied move. We're not too far off the lows of the trading session. We did hit a new tick value low just recently. Let me see here. Didn't quite hit my reading, but that was the lowest tick reading of the day, minus 882. Not quite enough to get my alert set off, but the low reading of the day, nonetheless. Remember, flows of the market are still buy the dip, sell the rip. We're above the gamma flip line. Netflix. Yeah, this thing is just kind of winding up on the weekly implied move. Not really getting much movement at all, huh? But it is definitely setting up for some sort of move. So for me, I mean, personally, I would like to see this thing snap and really freak people out, and then maybe try to re-execute. Because if I look at the daily time frame, you know, this is a big move, big reversal, big follow through. So a bigger snap intraday might create, you know, the opportunity for little scalps. But we're right there at the weekly. We're right there at the 2 standard deviation move. It's already a pretty decent size, outsized move. And then we have the, which ones do we talk about? We talk about SE coming into its daily 2 standard deviation move, still kind of under that trend, but right there, right? And then we have FTNT as well. Not, I mean, it broke this trend, but it's not, it didn't go anywhere. So it's not doing anything right now. It looks like it can still break down if it doesn't start moving fast. Okay. 684 on SPY. This would look a lot better if we can get right through that 684. Feel like we can go retest this. GEX. So this 684 here is a gamma exposure level. It's just green, so we can repel away from it, and we're currently below it. And if you can open the door through it, perhaps we kind of float through this gamma zone here. Let's take a look at the strike on it. We're getting closer to some sort of a trade idea. Yeah, even if I look at full strikes, you got 684 above us, 685, and then 686. So the change looks better, but man, then you get hung up at 686. So through 684, I mean, it'd be a tough ride, but you never know. That'd be maybe a level to watch for on this. I mean, if that happened, that would just be literally a sideways range choppy day, right? From down here to up here. You can see that as a possibility. Opening anything down here, 685.25, 68.25, 68.50, and then it's just not a clean day, dude. It's just not. It's not a clean. It's not clean. It is what it is. You can fight it, or you can just chill. Oops. Yeah, we kind of followed this trend down for the bulk of the day, and then since then, did we do anything? Nah, it's like pinned. Markets just holding lows. As volatility is kind of creeping higher too. Let me go back to market net flow. How much closer can you get to zero before turning green? It's so close. I gotta hop in my rocket ship. Fly me to the moon. All right. Go back to SE. See there. Let's go back to Netflix. Just some names that we've been seeing some movement in. Just holding between those two ranges there. And then FTNT. Just a little bounce from the 2 standard deviation move, but still looks pretty weak. Nothing amazing here. Yeah, FTNT is not showing anything. It's not much of a focus. I would say if NQ starts breaking down, right, it looks like it's kind of just flushed to a new low on the trading session. Maybe if we can follow this down, then I guess just daily expected move. Watch for daily EM. That'd be the one. But we'll see. We'll see if it's just a little fake out again. We did just start to turn green here. Oh my gosh, wouldn't that be funny? If this is just like we flush and then all of a sudden it just like... Well, the only thing that, this is turning green, but look at the green line. It's going down, the red line's going up. It ain't anything. 684 is now a bar. You've been debating buying the Discord for a year? It's $16 for a month. You can just come check it out. If you don't like it, you can just get out. All right, it's only $16. Do I do live calls? I don't do any live calls or anything like that. It's not an alert service. But there's a lot of tools. And I'm fairly active in it. I talk quite a bit. Post stuff. But yeah, it's not to make calls and stuff like that. That's not what I do. Yeah, no, it's not what I do. All right, so... Well, let's watch daily expected move. It's kind of flushing into this area. Perhaps maybe now we can get a tick reading that breaks lower into like maybe a minus 1,000. That'd be, gosh, we're so far out of it though. Ain't nothing. Oh, gotcha. I mean, if you've been in the month one, it's the same as the year. So, if you do the year, it's just getting a discount up front is all that is. And whatever changes throughout the year, you're a part of it. So, on that tier. Told you it would drop after I exited my short. Sheesh. We started getting convergence too, but the only problem is, as we started getting convergence, the red line starts creeping itself up. Once again, just kind of a choppy day here, but still slowly grinding lower, which makes me think that we just break down and we come right back up into kind of that range. Which would be right here. So SPX did come into its daily implied move, not too far off of it. We're talking 680, 6836. The low was 6836.95, so missed it by about 40 cents. That's funny, Devil. That's funny.
And just following that earlier Japanese earthquake, Japan does issue its first Hokkaido Sanriku offshore earthquake alert.
Is Netflix popping? Netflix seeing a little bit of strength here. Maybe going up to test its daily VWAP. Can it be? Can it be true? So S&P 500 got within a few cents of its expected move for the day. SPY, not too far off, but didn't quite come down and tag it. These are more zones anyway, so we'll see if it can come back down. It's been kind of like this for how long now? Since over here, the 26th. Shush. Shush, Coco. Shush. Hey. Let's see, FTNT. Nah. So we kind of went sideways here, and NQ is just kind of bouncing right back into that area. We can look at bookmap, see if there's anything interesting going on, like yes. Nothing really. Some orders up here at 68.55. Those orders started right around this area here. There's nothing. It's pretty thin here. So fast snap back, break, good volume, came back, lower, lighter volume. S&P 500. We have still more time left on this 15-minute candle to close. 7 minutes. Putting it along lower tail wick, which if we close like this or even a potentially green, that could be a reversal, sign of a reversal candle. Maybe perhaps right back up to and around that 684. And that 684, you can see that there's just this massive green level, which pushes price away when we're below it. Is kind of why we drew that out. Net flow, red line, green line's trying to go up, red line's trying to go down again. That's positive. We don't have convergence here. So once again, it's just, it ain't clean. It's just not clean today. Sorry, it's not clean. Do I ever trade with a heat wave chart? Are you talking about just bookmap? Like the heat map? For order books? Yeah, I use this. On occasion. Especially when it's a lot clearer. When it's more clear. When I have like bigger orders, it's you know, like 400, 500 contracts, like you could see, a little bit better for me. But then sometimes also, like if I zoom in and I really look through it, you can see pockets of all this clearness, and it kind of moves quickly through that to areas of higher liquidity. I don't know if that's the type of chart that you're talking about, though. If it's not, then I don't trade it. Yeah. Tesla down about 4%. Tesla's just a slow burn too, down to the downside. You trade with 5 contracts, and I trade 100x at. I don't trade options. I trade equity. Is that what you mean? So if you trade 5 contracts, I'm trading 500 shares. That's I just trade the equity itself. And then, I mean, futures too on occasion, but futures are typically from the prop firms. You know?
And from the IAEA, it does note it has been informed by Japan there are no abnormalities so far at the Fukushima nuclear power plant site following the earthquake and tsunami advisory in Japan.
This is just a boring day for even if you were like short the entire day, it'd still be one of those days where it's like, dude, this sucks. It's like a slow grind lower. It's like, okay, cool. But it's like also like, whoa, it's slow. Typically, and the reason why I say this is because short side, you typically get faster moves to the downside, right? Faster flushes. All right, things move faster. And then from the long side, this is normal behavior, right? From the long side, you know, it typically goes up like this, slow or whatever. And every once in a while, you get a faster move. But this is just slow. It's just called Frank. It's just called the swing trader. That's all it's called. I don't sit there and day trade live or do alerts for the day trade, but there's a day trade channel in there for people to communicate in, and I post in there too. On occasion, you know, and then you have your daily eyeball alerts. You have your query channel from Trading Chicks and all that stuff. Up until recently. So the green line was going up in the red line, but now you're looking at the green line kind of just flatlining while the red line's kind of creeping. So this is holding that market down. So what changes is if the red line can flatten out or go down, or the green line starts to pick its little head up. That's accumulated net premiums and calls, right? So you see the difference there? And then the SPY, what's it doing? It's kind of just suppressing itself lower. Once again, we got convergence coming. It's like right there, but we need something. It's just very light. So, very light. Just watch SPY. Maybe don't come down to daily expected move. In and around here. Something that I would trade is if it breaks down to there, and then also all of a sudden it like gets like kind of a fearful spike of, you know, ticks down to like minus 1,000 for whatever reason. I feel like I would fade that probably right out of the gate. The likelihood of that happening, probably slim to none, as it hasn't happened all day today. So, yeah. Yeah. If you want to learn to do what? If you want to learn how to trade, I probably wouldn't start with day trading. I'd probably start with something more on the terms of swing trading, you know, where you're looking at larger term time frames, charts, so you can start to learn how to read a chart, right? How to read a chart, how that works.
Attentive note for Alphabet. According to
Some
AdWeek,
principles of
Google is to
technical
bring
analysis.
Gemini in
Right? Stocks move between
2026.
contraction and expansion. There's like 4 or 5 principles of technical analysis you can look into. That'll help you like identify opportunities and kind of understand the emotion of a chart, because that's all charts are. It's price action is emotion. In theory, a lot of it's algorithms, but still it is emotion. You look at price and volume. Kind of learn that. And then day trading, I probably stick away from for a bit. And I probably more focus in on swing trading if you're brand new. Day trading, you'll have your quick wins, but then they'll be followed quickly by losses, especially if you don't have your kind of mindset down, you know. Swing trading will give you time and space to learn and watch. Goog's getting clapped. let's see. Yeah, Google's down 2.5%. So yeah, Google is definitely the one sagging this market. But it's also been holding the market up. Overall, I mean, what's it doing? It's just consolidating. Necessary consolidation. Tesla also. You know, this is a high implied vol, so this can bring markets. Postpone markets. Now, if all this stuff starts to reverse here soon, then the S&P 500 probably goes up. Microsoft holding up, but it got dragged back into here. Apple holding its lower daily VWAP, just kind of keeps on tagging it, so break above it, make a little bit more bullish sign for the market. No, I don't push that type of size when I trade full magic. I don't push seven figures when I trade. I don't do that. It's too big of amount for me and my family. I'm not gonna put anybody in my family in jeopardy from trading. Are you talking about day trading? Are you talking about swing trading? I wouldn't put that much at risk unless the account was significantly larger. I more focus in on long-term growth through approaching through swing trading, and then grow the accounts. But I never actually expose myself to that much market risk that can actually make a big impact. I've used leverage north of that, or way into the north of that. My volume's typically higher than that. But when I'm day trading, right, I typically take that money out. So if I make money day trading, that money's being spent. Like, for example, my entire backyard was remodeled, or not remodeled. It was a dirt plot, and I used prop firms in order to do that because I didn't want to leverage my own money. I didn't want to take the risk with my own money. So I went into the prop firm space. I spent $2,500. I pulled out 80 grand, or a little bit less than that, right? Oh, 60. Well, actually, no, more than that because it was another prop firm too. So basically around 80 grand, and I did a whole that money was spent. It was spent. Day trading money I spend. Because I know that if you day trade and you just think you're going to keep building it, you're going to go through a drawdown. And the last thing you want to do is go on tilt with a big account. You don't want that to happen. Now, swing trading, my positions are typically around 1 to 10% of my portfolio. Right? So I try to make, 2% a month on my accounts, 2% a month. That's 24% a year. And by the way, you might be thinking, that's crazy, stupid. That's better than any investor on this planet. That's the top tier investors are able to do 20% a year for 20 years. So to think that that's crazy, it's not. It's insanely good performance. Yes, last year I had, I was up 45%. This year I'm up 47%. So there's outliers of the years. But when there's a down year, like 2022 was a down year in the markets, right? Or we went through a bear market or whatever, I forget the exact performance of the year, but I didn't lose money in 2022. I didn't make money really, but I didn't go on tilt and bust my portfolio. 2019 or COVID year, didn't lose money, right? That was the biggest increase in my net worth was during the COVID. And that wasn't from shorting it, right? It was from investing in stuff coming outside of it. In fact, one of my largest purchases was in gold and silver. I talked about that earlier, but physical. And a lot of that was used for the down payment of this house. Kind of cool. Yeah, 1% a month is yeah, it's not easy. 1% a month is it's not, especially if you stay risk focused. But if you find the right setups, right? Once again, my setups are the least amount of risk. Sorry, my goal, I should say, is to make the most amount of money in the shortest amount of time with the least amount of risk. So the setups that I look for, tight periods of contraction, and when they start going in my favor, I pretty much take some profits out, and then I see if it can go further. If it sets back up, we'll try to re-add, and so forth. Yeah, D-Money, that's for sure. Isn't that crazy? I'm still like in shock and awe about it, because I was like, dude, this is insane. But just so you know, the number, like, people get so caught up on fixated on the number. It was with 5 accounts, right? 5 accounts. And I went super slow. So I didn't get a first payout for over 40 days, because I was like, I'm going to get there, but I'm going to get there without risking everything and blowing up an account, because I don't want to have to buy a bunch of accounts. So I didn't. I bought 5 accounts, and those 5 accounts lasted me until they cut me off. Right. Pretty cool. And now I have, now they allow me to trade again, apparently. So with select accounts, and I can get back into sim profits. So I bought some of those the other day, and I have to pass their test. You have to get to like 2,500. And once again, that's going to probably take me a while to do. And then I have to make a certain amount of money before even getting a payout. So we'll see. I will note that was exhausting, though. It was exhausting doing that. And I told my wife, I was like, yeah, it's awesome that we made this money, but I was like, I don't even want to do it again. It was just that hard. Mentally just draining, being at the computer, waiting and watching all day long. And yeah, it's worth it in the grand scheme of things, because it's great, but also it's like, oh my gosh, it was not easy. And then I started looking at the hours put in behind the screen. I'm like, I mean, I made this at my corporate career. If I put that much hours in and that much time in my corporate career, I would have easily made that. So then it becomes like, what the hell's the difference here?
And just a post on X here from Fox Business News' Gasparino, who does note Netflix has bigger issues than, quote, leaks about pending antitrust implications over its Warner Bros. Deal. Shares are getting slammed, and with the investor selling, it's unclear if the, quote, collar on the stock portion of its WBD bid is being compromised, meaning it might have to come up with more money.
Why did they cut me off? It's not like they chose to cut me off. It's just their sim cap payout. So you don't get any more sim payouts from that point. So they you're technically cut off. It's their way of hedging. They all of a sudden run into a trader that only spent $2,500 and they paid him out 80 grand or whatever, They're like, yeah, we can't do this anymore. It's not like I'm bringing them money, right? It's a sim account, so they're just losing money with me. So it's a way. It's like insurance, right? They got to hedge. They got to protect. They'll bump you to live, and then the live accounts are like just like stupid at that point. Like, what am I gonna do with a live account with their risk parameters when I just pulled in all this money myself? I can do it myself. So what happens most of the time when you go live, you just bust those accounts by trying to go big, or you're trading with way less than what you were just doing and not making nearly as much. Which is big for some people, actually. But for me, it would have made no sense to trade $20,000 live account. That's stupid. I know that sounds bad, but it is very stupid for me. If I spent a lot of time and effort trading at only 20 grand, it'd be stupid. It'd make zero sense for me. Like, I can't do anything with that in a shorter period of time. Like, right? Why would I take focus away from my main accounts when, they're way more important than that? So.
And just on the crypto footing, via Punchbowl, bank CEOs are to discuss crypto market rules with senators. That is via Punchbowl.
Looks like SPY's going to come into this daily implied move at this point. I don't see why I wouldn't. Still, we didn't really get any movement in convergence. And the moment we did, the red line started cranking. We're like right there. We hit the daily implied move for SPY, or for SPX, just not SPY. And we're like right there. So perhaps now this undercut, we can get a deeper tick reading, which I said was probably not going to happen. And it really hasn't. So it's a slow drain, but no like frothy capitulatory type tick reading by any means. So. At least right now. There's a new low. S&P 500 is down about a half a basis point. Sorry, not a half, 50 basis points. My bad. 0.5%. That's cute. We'll check in, I guess, some of the names, right? We talked about Netflix. We talked about Fortnite. Wait, Fortnite. God dang it. Gosh darn, dude. Fortnite. Fortinet. FTNT. There you go. That's a nice move from Fortinet. From the 2 standard deviation move from Fortnite. Okay. So there's little opportunities around in here to just kind of, you know, snip at. That was in the 2 standard deviation move. We talked about Netflix a little bit earlier. These are just some of the movers and shakers today. This hasn't gone anywhere. So, you know, if you did play down here, yeah, there's opportunity to take some off. Still just going sideways. No extravagant tick reading. Nvidia is still holding up kind of well. If this thing were to snap down, this would obviously drag the markets. Unless if everything started going up at the same time, but nothing there. Apple keeps just butting its head on the daily volume weighted average price. Once again, rejecting from it. That'd be a better sign maybe to watch for. It's that above there. And then Google just slammed lower. So a bounce back in Google would probably flatten out these markets a bit too. So that move in Google. Definitely helping draw in these markets, but a bounce back would probably do the same. And we're floating back at that daily EM. S&P 500 did tag its daily expected move for the day, people. There we go. So that was the expectations of the market priced in, right down into it. Will we go lower? Let's take a look at market net flow, shall we? Not giving us anything. It's not really bearish, not really bullish, which tells me that this market can just do whatever it wants. It can come right back up. Look a lot more bearish if we started getting convergence to the downside, but that is not the case. It's a slow bleed. I'm just maybe the new year. I'll get involved if there's some good setups, but I'm just. So for me, it's not about being the new year or the end of this year. It's what I was saying earlier is I have a baby coming on the way. So I don't really want too much risk out in the markets because I don't want to have to worry about that and think about it too much. I just got to have my head on straight. So too much exposure in the markets, I'm going to have to check on it. I'm going to have to worry about it and, think it through. So I think I'll probably be fine with maybe about up to 30 to 40% exposure. And then I'd be okay. Depending on the beta of the products in the portfolio. Sometimes you get 30% exposure in the market, 70% cash. Your portfolio still might move even faster than the S&P 500. You know that? Because the beta of a product might be really heavy, right? You got to think about those things, right? If you go 30% of your portfolio, or 70% is cash, but then yet you're in Rigetti, you're in RGTI, 30% of your portfolio is in that. I mean, this thing goes up one day, it went up 16%. So yeah, your portfolio is going to move. Names like that, A bingo palm tree. SBSW. SBSW. You know what country this is out of? It's an ADR. But you're right. I mean, it's pretty clean setups. I'll give you that. It's been pretty clean setups. Stillwater ADR. Moved a long way already, but Mara. Yeah, let's take a look at some of the crypto actually names here. I didn't even pull those up. So Mara. This was like a 2 standard deviation monthly implied move, but we have a new month now, so I had to pull that in, and it hasn't done much yet. You know, some people will look at this and say it's a flag. I'd say, yeah, probably right, but this was a pretty big move, so to see it, you know, bounce back makes sense. Bitcoin kind of feels like it's trying to find itself some sort of a bottom too, right? Just like Mara there, where you put in these higher lows, but I haven't got like my buy signal yet, so I'll have to update that, look at it tonight, see where it's at. That's the sailor to shift tool, for those that don't know. If you don't know, well, now you know. Bitcoin relative to gold. South Africa. Oh, okay. Interesting. SKYT. Skywater Technologies. This one looks jumpy. I mean, I like a look over here, but then it just broke down. Then we flew up higher, came back down to year to date, and now we're back up here. Maybe if it tightens up a little bit, that could be a nice little look there too. I don't like to enter after a strong move, right? I like to see the consolidations. But short term, medium term, showing strength. That good, you know? CCJ. MRC, yeah, CCJ. I mean, this one kind of broke through this little tighter consolidation over here and still holding, so that's kind of nice. Some of the trade ideas that I recently posted, let's take a look at those. I forgot about them, so I didn't have them on my screen. TEM today, right? Consolidating a little bit higher today, about 1% higher. Still kind of consolidating in this pattern. This is a high beta name, so you know, I would prefer it to consolidate a little bit more, but okay. MLM, this one started to break out and then squatted on itself here. I hate that. I hate when it does this. MMM did the same thing. What is it up with these M's that are doing this? Squatting back and sitting down. We talked about this one earlier. It was like bright red. Somebody asked me, well, you know, what are you doing? I'm like, I just have a 1% position. I don't really care. I'm still in it. So MLM, this is, you know, kind of looks like CLS actually. I was looking at that a little bit earlier. Kind of familiar look. So MLM, I don't know, maybe an inverse head and shoulders ish. AMRC, yeah, we'll pull up AMRC. I mean, this thing went on just a memorable run, and now it's kind of doing its thing as far as pulling and pulling in. The only way that I'd be trading this, like I couldn't go long here unless my stop is down here. So I would prefer it to like pick back up, right? And then see the averages start to creep back up and then start getting back above here. That I feel feel more confident in. But right now it's just like, I don't know, like this, right? So that would be the trend, right? So if we can kind of tighten back up and then try to break through that, that'd be one thing. McDonald's is trying to break out. That's good. I have some McDonald's left in my portfolio. Not enough to do anything, but I do got some in there. That I have actually. Let me see. McDonald's, I have a 3% position, but it's a higher beta name. So that's technically a mid-sized position. It's just, a lower beta name. So it doesn't move much. But yeah, McDonald's is holding up. Can't complain. Higher lows, getting tight. It's a lot of spaghetti here. Chop suey of the averages, but if it can break through and start to move, I mean, it's a nice base. Let's break out of it. S&P 500 still not doing anything. Looks like it's just trying to get out of its own way. Can't do much though. The gamma range lowered down to about 684. So if the market starts moving higher, I would say probably to 684 would be that level. Like if people get super excited, pay attention to 684 on a bounce back. Yeah, we can take a look at A-Lab. Netflix, yeah, we looked at Netflix a little bit earlier. I don't like the daily chart. I don't like the look here as it's breaking down, but we were paying attention to the weekly implied move and the daily 2 standard deviation. So the orange is the lower weekly, and we got there today and we kind of slowed down, and then the 2 standard deviation daily. So it's outsized move today, outside of expectations.
Crude flow from Lukoil, West Kerner.
Hasn't really bounced too much, got us a little bit there, a little bit here, putting in higher lows, but overall, just right recently, it's 3 lower, so this feels like it can kind of try to retest some lower moves. And if that is the case, maybe if we do just see like some sort of bigger break to the downside, a little position to come back up into it could make sense in the weekly implied move. But right now, right, I just don't see the clean trade for an intraday setup now anymore until we see some more volatility. I don't feel like
just if they do know there is
every single candle so far has been red,
expected from around
except for
1 to 2 a.m.
Big fun. And all of them are red, but yet we're only down 43 basis points. Isn't that fun? Crazy. Yeah, so A-Lab. Well, A-Lab looks fine. It's kind of doing its thing here. Right. Chopping around in this range. Potentially, if it tightens up, a nice little breakout potential there. Got tight here and broke out on the daily, or on the 15-minute time frame, or sorry, the minute time frame into the intraday. You know, it's kind of frothy outside of the daily implied move already, which is fine because that's just showing strength inside of a market that's not. So, yeah, is it if you set a trade up, you know, look at the larger time frames and say, okay, it's holding the year-to-date VWAP, it's getting back above the 20-day, that's starting to curl around. You know, where would your stop go? Probably underneath here and or here. So I'd focus my risk on one of those levels. A-Lab, you know, I paid attention to down here. I probably paid attention to it around here too. And now it's going in through like a little bit bigger of a distribution, bigger consolidation. Yeah. FTNT is trying. FTNT. Okay, let's take a look at FTNT again. Yeah. So, you know, if you did trade this, right, remember, it's pretty good risk to reward even just with that, you know. I'm not expecting, like, when these things happen, I'm not expecting to go to break even for the day. Like, that's not my expectations. But maybe come test daily VWAP, come back into the daily implied vol, could happen. But typically, I'll take profits if I'm in it, you know, if I'm trading. But yeah, it gives you a few bucks here, a few bucks there. And if you're patient, you're slow with it. I mean, you can do this time and time again with the Asher alerts. SE did the same thing today. So SE hit that 2 standard deviation. Let's see what that looked like, right? There you go. See, it got outside of it, right? Broke the little thing. So if you did play it, this would be the risk, and your reward right here is that's 1 for 1. It's quick, right? But that doesn't mean go too big in size. If you go too big in size, you're going to get caught up. You're going to get caught up. If you go too big in size, it will go against you one of these days. It might not be the first time. It might not be the second time, but it will. So you got to start. That makes sense as far as terms of position time. When you're fading the trend, this would be fading the trend. You would start small. So say if your max position is 9%, you don't go 9%, you start with 3%, and then you do another 3% if you're trying to build into the move. If you really think it's going to come back to this based off of probabilities, 95% chance, then another 3%, right? And then you're like, okay, there I'm in. And even then, you only have 9%. And then if it starts doing it and you start into profit, you can cut one of those, keep a little bit on if you want, or just get rid of it. So that's just my approach. You do whatever you want. It don't matter, but I'm just telling you what has worked for me and then what has not worked for me. And going too big too fast doesn't work. Tap is working out today. Oh man, good man. That one looked really good, and bummer. Yeah, it's coming back. That's good. It looked really good right here when I was looking at it. It was in the tight list. I think it showed up again. It's still actually well within a nice range here. So, yeah. Are we coming back? Are we making a comeback with this? I don't like starting my buy over here, but hey, maybe watch the VWAP from today, and if it ever comes back to test this,
BOE
awesome.
member Taylor does note foot
But
on the
the
brake
shorter
a little
term,
bit still,
right, you have
and
this higher
wage
low.
inflation and services inflation is coming down.
So if we can get up here and then break out, people start drinking some beer again, some Coors. Meta's doing nothing today, just sideways, right? Big move with Meta, right? From these last year's closing price and this trend line. Now we're just going sideways. Popped a little bit higher today, came back in. We're above daily VWAP. Maybe it comes back to break even if the market wants to kind of pick its head back up. Remember, 684 would be that kind of level to watch. Right over here, 684. Don't have convergence. The green line's going up higher. Red line's coming in a little bit. If that goes more, that'd be a significantly better setup here. So, yeah. Am I in CNC? No, I'm not. I don't have a position in CNC. This one is just kind of butting its head on year-to-date VWAP. So it doesn't look bad. There's a lot nice higher lows. Actually, in fact, if it breaks the year-to-date VWAP, we're probably going to go test that 200-day. That's declining. These huge breaks, man. We've been seeing a lot of this. Big old snaps. Do I set up my candle bar so I can see red bars easier? I don't think so. I think it's just pretty standard what I have. Sometimes I don't even like looking at candlesticks. I just like looking at high low close bars. Just cleaner. Here's Google. A little bit of a bounce back, but man, this thing is just holding kind of lows too. So if this is just break down, that'd not be the greatest look for the overall market once again. Sucks everything back in when it does that. Gold. Yeah, gold's holding up. Gold holding up. Getting tight there too. And dollar, right? Up slightly, but nothing much there. I'll be right back. Fill up some more water. We got SPY here on that was another green candle on SPY. Holy moly. That's the second one of the day for a 15-minute time frame. Last time we did that, it broke back down. And here's market net flow for you on the left-hand side. I'll be right back. Just a couple seconds. Is there any sectors you avoid trading? It depends on the time frame, right? I'm not much of a miners fan. Like, I like cleaner moves. So, I might every once in a while do that, but I like more cleaner price action. So we can go into that here. Give me a second. I'll be back.
And the Japan government does downgrade tsunami warning to tsunami advisory after the earthquake.
Okay. Do we have a green line moving up finally? Is that what's going on? Oh my goodness. Are we getting two-sided price action for once?
Just making some comments from UK President Zelensky. He does note talks in London were productive and there is small progress towards peace.
Oh, okay. Let me remove this. I don't need that on my screen.
And Zelensky notes Ukraine, Europe plan and proposals should be ready by tomorrow to share with the US.
Yeah, dude. How's everyone doing out there on Twitch? What's up, you got cat? T1 subscription. Thank you. All right, so we're seeing not much. So we tagged the expected move basically to the T. So market's still well within market expectations for the day. Market net flow has been bullish for the day, right? But there's been no convergence. And if you pay attention to the lines, what's been going on recently, right? As the market's been going lower, as the green line's been kind of flatlining, going down. Red line over from here has been kind of going up higher. So that means the S&P 500 kind of came in. Our lower gamma range is about 684. There's a pull over here at about 686. So it's going to be probably find difficulty right around that 684, which kind of be the area where I think we can go to. Am I afraid of the yen carry trade? I'm not afraid of anything. You know, the thing is, if you get too worried about it, like, remember, let me break this down. If your energy is focused in on what potentially can happen because of worry, it takes away from your ability to prepare for anything to happen.
To sell $58 billion worth. Right. As always, we have got the prize and 6 auction averages available on the headline feed at 5 o'clock London time or 12 o'clock Eastern.
Maybe that'll free up.
Just going through the prize on the squawk now. The high yield last time out was 3.579%. Did stop through by 1 basis point with a bid to cover of 2.85 times. Dealers took 9.7%. Directs took 27.3% and indirects took 63%. So as mentioned, looking out for results from the US 3-year note auction around the top of the hour.
Okay. Cool story, bro.
And back to Zelensky, he does say Ukraine cannot give up land and US is trying to find compromise on the issue.
So yeah, what I was saying about the whole, being afraid of it, I'm not afraid of it. Right, not at all. And the thing is, it always comes down to, okay, so how is your portfolio positioned for whatever? Chances are you get these narratives about the yen carry trade unwind or tariff something this, something that, and you get these great narratives by very smart macro people, right? But then just ask these people okay, well, how are you positioned, right? So for example, Lynn Alden, super smart, very, very great macro views. Okay, what's your portfolio look like, right? She has some trial portfolios and stuff, I think, available or something like that you can see into, but it's okay, have you been outperforming the market being this intelligent, or have you been steadily in line, and what's your reasonings behind that? that's one thing that's crazy about the markets. It's an even playing field for the most part, right? Some people have more inside information or whatever, but for the most part, as far as level goes, you can be the smartest person on earth going against a person that doesn't know anything, and you can underperform the person that doesn't know anything. So being smart does not translate necessarily into more profits. It takes the next level beyond all of that, right? It takes certain risk tolerances. And then on top of all of that, you know, if you watch somebody that makes a lot of money, okay, but how much did you risk to get there? Because then that'll tell you the entire story of their future. Oh, they made $1 million in X days. Okay, well, yeah, they put all their money in this one basket. Chances are they're going to probably try something like that again. And if it doesn't work out, it's gone. And a lot of people will be like, well, once I hit it big, then I'm going to pay, then I'm going to do more. Okay, well, that's a typical cognitive bias that people have, right? But then they become comfortable, and then they'll try it again, or they'll start small and they'll be like, no, this is going to play out. I'm going to add to it. And this is what it is. I've seen a little bit of a bounce back. I still think, yeah, probably the 684 could be a level of interest here. We're starting to get convergence, and this I love to see right here. The green line going up and the red line coming down. Oh, that feels so good. Ah, yay. You're right. People do wish they had just an easy way to make some monies. And like, by all means, like, right, it's easy in the realm of, hey, I'm sitting here and I press buttons, but mentally it's draining. Give me a sec. I gotta get my dog. I can't have her keep barking. It's annoying in the background. She's getting mad that our portfolio is going against her now. Give me a second. Part of my backyard is being worked on. The last and final part of my backyard. I'm done. Then off to the front yard. No. We're building out the kitchen in the backyard. Well, not a kitchen, but like, you know, a little barbecue table thingy. It's last. And we're done. I'm done. I'm broke. I'm poor now. It's time to build back. It's time to build back. All right, let's take a look at some of the earlier little examples that we did / trades if maybe you took them. Netflix, still moving nowhere. Awesome. FTNT. There you go. So that's a nice little bounce. That's nice. That's a nice bounce from a 2 standard deviation move. That's nice. Okay, so did anybody take this? Right? Did anybody try to play the little trend breakout or, you know, underneath it here or there and held? And if you did, did you take any profits? Are you holding into it? Let's look at the daily chart. Yeah, it's a strong move and it's pulling back in, so that's not bad. Anybody do that? From the 2 standard deviation move? Pretty cool, right? This happens all the time. Not necessarily looks like this all the time, but, you know, we get 2 standard deviation alerts all the time. Wolf banter. Better to be poor with a pool than rich with no water. That is very fair. That is very fair. Nobody took FTNT? That's fine. Or did I just wait long enough for anybody to respond? Oh, you took it? Cool, cool, cool. And if you don't mind, Carlos, what was your kind of style and look on this? Were you just trying to like play a little bit of a bounce? Or is it something different? Did you take a little bit profit? Oh, you did? You sold a little bit too soon? All of it? Okay. Took profits a little too soon. That's okay. Sometimes that's a good thing. Sometimes it's a bad thing. It just depends in hindsight, right? The being you took TNT. Nice, nice. You took SE instead? Okay, let's see. SE, how are we doing here? All right, that's good. You know, still, like, once again, you know, if this was the risk and we're right here, once again, like, just think in terms of risk to reward. You're already a 2-for-1 risk to reward here.
And according to
If your
Semaphore,
stop was
US
down
is to
here.
allow
I don't know how you're
NVIDIA
structuring the trade,
H200
but
chip exports to China. According to
you know, like,
Semaphore,
that
the
is
US is to allow
profit-taking
NVIDIA
worthy when you get
H200 chip
executions like
exports
this.
to China. That is according to Semaphore.
Now, once again, I don't know if you're looking at the daily and you're like, I'm going to hold it for a bigger bounce, or, you know, whatever the case is, but that's ultimately up to the trader. You know, that's up to the trader. There's no right or wrong way. You just got to be consistent and do what works best for you. As far as sizing goes, entry, you know, profit taking, you know, you get the same alerts, but everyone's going to have different results, is my point. Okay? There's not one way to make these results come about. There's not one way to manage risk.
I'm making you aware of simple, both strength in US equity futures here, and
That's the
also
beautiful thing about trading.
in NVIDIA. They've surged to session highs, currently up 2%.
Hey, look at us go. So going through that 684. Coming into daily VWAP here. I'll go ahead and get that out. So NQ's not too far off that daily VWAP. Coming into and around that. Give me a second here. Hey, Hannah. Annie. Hannah. I think she was trying to make him quiet. I wanted him to come in. I want to give my boy a hug. Fuel me back up. Fill my heart with joy. You're not poor, you have us. That is a very good point. That is a point. You know, I'd much rather live an abundant life with surrounded by people and friends than, you know.
And making you aware, in around 30 seconds
A lot of
time,
money,
we'll
but
be
with
on the
nobody
lookout
to,
for
you
the US
share
$58
anything with.
billion 3-year
with
note
anybody.
auction.
We're over there at that 684, so we're kind of just getting around up there. So nice little bounce back. Hallelujah, guys. We did it. We made it. It went to the 684. Yay. UPS looks overbought. Why did UPS move? It's in the daily implied move zone area there. From a daily perspective, it's just going sideways. You know, butting its head on this year-to-date VWAP. I think this is a great trade outside of 100. I mean, it's probably a fine trade right now because you know where your risk is going to be. You know, you can get out. But if it does break through the year-to-date VWAP after looking like garbage for this long, you know, perhaps people will start to be like, it's a cupping pattern. And then you know, if that's the case, then you break out to 115. That's 15+% higher. That'd be cool. Pharaohs. Is my Discord bot legal? I don't want to talk about it. I don't talk about law stuff. Just don't tell anybody about it. Yeah, of course it's legal. Everything is built legally. I don't have illegal stuff. Of course. It's following all the rules and restrictions from each API that I drive from, and yeah, it's all accordance to the terms and conditions.
I'm just
I'm
seeing
not
the when
breaking
issued. That is
US laws, and
3.622%.
I'm not breaking any rules and restrictions from any of the
3.622%.
data providers that I use. I made sure of it. I plead the fifth. But also I plead the fifth. Yeah, I'm gonna shut it down. Yeah, now it's legal. Of course, there's nothing illegal about it. That'd be weird. It'd be crazy.
And that is a stop through of 0.8 basis points. A stop through of 0.8 basis points. Such that is a high yield at
A lot of legal stuff happened in like
3.614%.
2021 by a bunch of people.
4 times.
That's crazy.
Primary dealers take 9%, directs take 19%, and indirects take 72%. So just going over that auction again, the high yield was 3.614%. That's against the when issued of 3.622%, meaning it stopped through by 0.8 basis points. That's against the prior stop through of 1 basis point and the 6 auction average stop through of 0.2 basis points. Bid to cover 2.64 times, some way shy of the prior 2.85 times, but more or less in line with the 6 auction average of 2.63 times. Primary dealers, they take 9%, slightly less than the prior 9.7% and the average 13.1%.
Okay, NQ.
Directs
Go cut
take
your daily VWAP.
19%,
Get
shy
up
of
there.
the prior
Let's go get it done,
27.3% and the
little
average
stinker.
24.5%. And finally, indirects, they take 72%, notably above the previous 63% and the 6 auction average of 62.5%.
NQ went like, well, I don't know. Let me see here. Yeah, it kind of went right to it. Let me see. I want to see. I'm just interested now. Is it hung up at the high VWAP? That's what it is, you stinker. So it didn't get to daily VWAP, but see where it tagged right here? That's the high of day VWAP. So what we can do now, since it's respecting that, it might respect the low. Right? And then the low VWAP is down here. So now we're kind of trading within this range. Oh, you sneaky man. You sneaky NQ, you. So basically, in short, daily implied move, sideways, broke out on some of that, I guess, macro data. Right? Some bond auctions kind of, once we got that out of the way, we came up into that 684. Coming off a little bit. Market net flow got a lot more bullish. There is a pull up here at 685, and 684 is now right here, which is still a main gamma level. So you want to be above 684, and we're about 30 cents below it. So back, you got to get above 684. So we might doodle around underneath it. I'm not too happy being underneath it, but above it would be a lot better, especially how flow has gotten dramatically better. Now this spike, I'm not too sure if this spike was, this happens. I ignore spikes. I don't know if this was a natural spike. Trading Ticks says sometimes this is hedging stuff, sometimes it's ex-dividend stuff with a certain name. So we try to ignore the spikes. But before that spike, we did have this divergence getting bigger. So it was already looking better, which is good. Right. NVIDIA allowed to sell chips. And yeah, that's a big move, right? So NVIDIA, the China news, yeah, that's going to move markets. So maybe it wasn't the bond market. Maybe it was probably clearly that. Did this news hit the tape? Did I hear this? I must have stepped away or something because I didn't catch that. Must save the market. Must save the market. Yeah, NVIDIA related for sure. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Absolutely agree with you. I didn't hear it though, so let me see here. Maybe I just overheard it, or I stepped aside for that moment in time to go get cocoa when that happened. No, I thought I was here. I thought I saw that. I don't know. Don't matter. Now let's see if it holds though, because a lot of the times you get this, exciting news. It goes boom, and it happens to happen very quickly, and there's like this liquidity pocket, and it just like dies off. Ugh. But NVIDIA, right, has been one of those laggards, you know, versus like Google and stuff like that. So kind of goes back to what we were saying a little bit earlier when we were talking about Microsoft, how perhaps that if the market's going to hold itself together, we might see a rotation into some of the names that have been just kind of lackluster these last, you know, week or so of trading. NVIDIA, Microsoft, ASTS. Yeah, that thing saw some moves, that's for sure. ASTS broke a nice downtrend, saw a squeeze higher. You know, I don't chase these type of things. You know, it looked cleaner down here, sort of, to an extent, not really. So yeah, if this starts consolidating a bit and maybe the 20-day gets to catch up to it, yeah, and gives us a better risk to reward, I like that type of look. You know, like for example, right here, you see this nice consolidation, right? Pulls in after a strong move, it consolidates into like a 20-day, and then we break out. Then even here, right? And then right here, same thing. This one, these type of things I like there, and this I like right here. Here, not so much. And then right now where it's at, you know, it's not my style. Doesn't mean that you can't make money and it continues to the upside. But if that's the case, then I'd be paying more attention to intraday stuff, you know, and kind of going from that point. But most of the time I like to set up more swing trade look. Oh, thanks, Frank. Yeah, Hood's doing good today. Somebody had mentioned Hood a little bit earlier. That's at the upper expected move for the day. Holding up there. Just floating around 684. If we can get through it, about 10 cents, 5 cents away. If we can get through it, maybe 685 is the target. This one will have to switch down to properties. I'll just hold that up there, 686. Give me a second. Yeah, 685 would be the more ideal target now. Things have changed. If we can hold 684. Target up to 685. Can you check Oracle? Is it overvalued? Yeah, very well, maybe. That's true. Sometimes that's just like, it is what it is, you know, and you could trade flow and it just keeps going and going. And then just, you got to be quicker to get out of that kind of stuff, right? Yeah, you don't want to hold it for big losses, but you can maybe hold on to it for some gains here and there. Oracle, I mean, we're bouncing back from selling off very hard. So once again, where do we come from? Basically, you know, straight up move like this. And we're at that year-to-date VWAP. You would want to see this kind of consolidate. Maybe something like that, where you get this little inverse head and shoulders, and then it breaks above it, and we're like, woohoo. But right now, right after a strong move, and we're just below year-to-date VWAP, for me, it doesn't make much sense because I need to see these consolidations. If you go into smaller time frames, oh, it's above its 5-day moving average. Maybe you can create trades from a shorter time frame perspective and then try to trade it and follow it up. I do prefer for a swing trade, though, for you know, multi-D consolidation. And you have earnings around the corner, by the way. So there's a wrench in most of that for me. That's on December 10th. So after the Fed day, you have earnings on Oracle. So shoot, you never know. The Fed might drive markets higher or crash them down. And then all of a sudden earnings come down and it flies right back up or breaks back down, right? A little bit too much of catalyst going on for me. AutoZen has earnings. I'm not much of an earnings player unless if I'm doing like maybe a butterfly or something like that, but I don't really do that. If you have like a directional idea of where it can go. I like to look at expected moves and do that. On occasion, I have some names in earnings. Sometimes I forget that I have it and I forget to just do something. But most of the time, if I'm holding on to a name through earnings, it's because I'm already up in the position, or I'm okay with losing the amount that's the expected risk for that equity. What is AutoZone's? Is it AZN? No, that's AstraZeneca, which kind of looks good. What is AutoZone's ticker again? It's like on the tip of my tongue. AZO, there it is. So expected move, when is it? Today? No, that's tomorrow. So tomorrow, you're looking at roughly about $210 expected move. It's not a daily expiration, but that's, you know, the implied volatility going into it. Oh, thanks, Montre. 210 bucks. SoFi, let's take a look at SoFi. I don't know, I haven't seen it for a minute. SoFi ain't doing nothing. Kind of looks like it's trying to build a base or potentially distribution. I don't like this type of consolidation base where you get like higher highs, but then yet, you know, you're getting lower lows. I hate that because volatility is expanding. I prefer volatility to be contracting.
Just a bit more from Zelensky. Says Ukraine does like 800 million for US weapon purchases programs this year.
Kind of just pinned at that 684 right now, people. How's everyone on X doing? Is X viewers real? You can drop a chat if you are. Because so far, it's pretty light in X. 110 people. Got Twitch. I see you, Palm Tree. I see you, Doppler. DD. Generator. Exotic. Very familiar names on Twitch. I know all the Twitch names pretty good. Bots. They're bots. Yeah, probably so on X. I mean, there's only 100 viewers or whatever. But I remember I was doing on X earlier and it was like thousands. So maybe they're real now. Oh, hey, somebody did mention something on Twitch or on X. Hey, what's up? Howdy. I don't want to mess up your name, but I'll call you P because it starts with P. Howdy. That's awesome. Haha, they're real. One of them. All right.
More from Zelensky. Says the coalition
consolidating
willing
under this
meeting
VWAP,
to
by the way,
take place
with Zelensky talking. Still no tag of daily VWAP, but we did hit the daily high of the volume weighted average price, which we got rejected, and now we're kind of just pinning back and forth. So we're contracting. We're contracting between the VWAP low and the VWAP high of the day. Okay, we're at that 68.50. We're slightly above it. How's that put wall for the day? My kid is screaming in the background. I don't want to do that anymore.
Update from Google. They announced the first AI glasses will arrive next year.
Oh, Netflix had a little bit of a flush. All right, let's take a look at Netflix. See if we got it. Hello, Netflix.
Update from the New York Fed. So reverse
wanted
repo
to go
operation
lower.
demand. That's 1.7
Like, I want it to be like a
billion,
dramatic
up from Friday's 1.
Like this just came right under the
billion,
weekly implied move.
across
you know?
6 counterparties, down
I mean,
from Friday's.
still, I mean,
8.
that was pretty decent, but not like it didn't break any sort of lows or anything. It's just stuck. Grr. Come on, Netflix. Move. Why do I have this Amgen still? Get out of here. I don't want you. Thought I cleared you out. Get out of here. Get out of here. Little ding dong. Why do I have you in here still? Get out of here. I thought I closed these out this morning. Little ding dong. There we go. Ah, much better. Broke the trending upline that was support. Yeah, yep. Saying, well, I don't know which one exactly you're talking about, but. All right, we're coiling up here. We're getting ready to go. Hop in my rocket ship. I just jinxed it. Let's just say, this is NQ, just on a very, very small time frame. I just like to see, kind of watch ATR and stuff. Probably go into like a minute or 2 minute, but I did not. Who's that? The person in the background talking is a live news feed. All right, we're just floating in that 684 area. Market net float, still bullish. Let's see here if anything's changing. Yeah, 685 and 686 would be the more shorter term targets here, but you gotta hold 684 and we're just not doing it. We can't get through that and hold it. That's okay. So if we start heading down a little bit, maybe pay attention to the lower VWAP for the day. You hear my kid in the background, going, "Mommy, I want butter." I want butter. Okay, buddy, you can have some butter. Starbucks just tagged a lower daily implied move. Starbucks was looking good on the daily time frame. Let's see here what it looks like now. It's trying to kind of like put in these higher lows here and then get tight. But today it's kind of breaking down from that. That's, I mean, it's below declining 200 and the year-to-date VWAP. So it's not great, but hello? Give me a second, gotta answer this. Spams. Spam call. Hello. This is a robotic message. Is this Michael Silva? We would like to talk to you about a timeshare in Barbados. No, that's not what it said. We have an exclusive offer for you in Barbados. Can I please say the lower VWAP? Because I'm watching my chart and have you in my ear. The lower VWAP?
Just some comments here from UK
Daily
government.
VWAP?
It does note leaders all agreed that now is a critical moment and that they must continue to ramp up support to Ukraine and economic pressure on Putin.
It's a quiet day in the markets. I think it's time for me to pull up some of the names that I might be interested in trading as far as swing trades go. If I want to have a little bit more exposure than my measly little 10% or whatever it is now. So let me pull up my handy dandy tight list. Oh, somebody had mentioned too, like look at Circle. Not my favorite. Not my favorite look. Of course, you can get these bounces in these names, but it just, these type of setups like make me just bite my fingernails if I'm in them. Out of all the 11 sectors that are down today, you have one that's up. Such a weird market right now. You have consumer discretionary as the worst performing sector, but then you have technology at the highest. Usually these move hand in hand. You only have tech up. Oops. All right, candle glance. Let me see here what we do, and all right, we're just still consolidating here, guys. This is not necessarily horrible. It feel like we're going to go test the daily VWAP, but it's like super sluggish. So how we get there, I don't know. Let me see what we got here. Oh, you know what name I wanted to look at? If it took off already, I'm going to be upset. And if it broke down, I don't care. So let's pull it up. TXG. Ah, it's still here. I'm watching NQ here too on my side. Let's feel like come and test this daily VWAP already, dude. Okay, so TXG. This was one that we were looking at down here on this little breakout consolidation. The reason why it's kind of back on my radar is because we saw a nice breakout on good volume. Price actions coming in, consolidating. Had about that inclining 20 with volume that has been declining here. Ooh, thank you. Thank you very much. Some pancake, some blueberry pancake. So I like TXG. I'm gonna put this one here on the radar. I'm just drawing up a little notepad on my other little
Another note
here.
for PepsiCo PEP. Bloomberg reports that PepsiCo is to review supply chains as talks with activist Elliott wrap up.
So TXG. Have it on my radar. Give me a second. I gotta bite because I am starving. Okay. What's up, buddy? What's up, bud? Okay, here I'm saying hi. Okay, we came down to Tesla low VWAP for the day. Daily low VWAP has been tagged. See if it holds. And we're going to go back to the other names here in a second because I want to see how this plays out. See if we can get some movement.
And according to the Times, Stephen Swinford does note Britain and the EU are getting closer to releasing £200 billion worth of frozen Russian assets to fund Ukraine's reconstruction. Announcement could come within days.
Okay. Keep an eye here. Playing around the daily VWAP low. Not the greatest sign if we break down from it. Let's take a look at market net flow. Still below that 684, obviously. Got fully hung up there. I don't love these lower highs when it does this and then breaks down those 3 little lumps, but we'll see if we can recover that. But being under this, you want to U-turn it. You want price to U-turn and then buy back through for potential move higher. Now we can look at sound. Right now I'm trying to see if we can get some sort of setup here for an intraday pop, but nothing. Tick isn't giving us anything, and I'm assuming Nvidia came off. Yeah, so Nvidia popped up higher, and it's coming just back in a little bit here. Let's get a tick flush. Tick flush. Flush, flush. Flush, flush, flush. There we go. This creates some opportunity sometimes. Could be getting our best tick reading of the day, our lowest tick reading. Not our best, but our lowest, which would be nice. So you can go a little bit lower. Just a little bit. A little bit more. A little bit more. A lot bit more. It's been this has actually been around the lower support area for tick, so it's at one of the lower readings for the day. So let's see if we can break it. Let's see here. Yeah. What's up, Colby? Happy Monday. Can we do it? Break, break, break. Almost there. So we broke down through the VWAP there. Coming near. Oh, here we go. This will probably drive it. Come on. A little bit more. A little bit more. Little bit more. This is kind of the volatility that I like to see. Now I just wanted to see a more dramatic reading. So we almost got that low tick reading. Remember, this last time here, we started bouncing up right and around those areas. So it's still not like an overly dramatic reading, but it could sometimes produce bounces based off of just kind of what we saw. By bounces, I don't mean like, oh, bounce. I mean like, 10 points, 20 points, 30 points, stuff like that. Like from down here, right? And you got to be careful with spreads too, but down here, 616 to 628, a few points. And we're right back now at the daily implied move, not too far off of that. So that 684 really did hold. Let's see if we can go a little bit more. Come on, just flush. Give me the biggest flush ever. So this is now actually, surprisingly enough, we're actually holding a few candles down there. Hey, Coco. Hey, Coco. What are you doing? Okay, so sometimes when we get breakdowns like this, you can apply a VWAP to the breakdown. You can zoom in. So if we start breaking back upwards, watch the VWAP from here, tune around the prior low VWAP, or sorry, the low of the day VWAP. And we're below both of those. So far, it's just not giving us the clean setups that I prefer. You can trade around it and you can force it, but like why? What's the point? Volatility will eventually come. We shall be granted volatility one day. Perhaps today. Coco's just staring at me. Oh, okay. Happy Monday. Coco's like, oh, I told you. I told you.
Just an update on geopolitics. China is not interested in forcing Russia to end its war in Ukraine. Headlines pointing out China not interested in forcing Russia to end its war in Ukraine.
Okay. Little geopolitical talk. Still not enough to really drive the ticks down. Market net float. Lost convergence. 682. It's got a lower bar down there, so if whatever we flush out 68 more cents on SPY, that would be below the daily implied move down and around this range. That would be a level of interest. And honestly, it seems as if we're going to press. Oh, okay, okay. I see you. But does that mean that we're going to get our tick reading? That is the question. Watch it for 682. Coming back into daily implied move. Thoughts on Fed? I don't really have any thoughts on the Fed right now. I think that they're going to cut rates, and then it's going to be interesting to see kind of just what he says and how he navigates all of this. Ugh, come on and just break, dude. You're weak. All right, let's see if we can get to that 632. Potentially little bounces from and around this area down here. Just watch it not even come. Watch it just turn back around. Can't get anything today. Although this little move to 684 was fine. But now I want lower. Lower.
Just making you aware of a newswire correction. So Zelensky says China is not interested in forcing Russia to end its war in Ukraine. So correction there, not just saying headlines pointing out China. That's Zelensky saying China is not interested in forcing Russia to end its war in Ukraine.
And then it resets. This is what I don't like. So the reason why I wanted to see a flush is because I know that after strong moves and you get bigger flushes, you get these capitulatory moves. And for me, I would have liked to see that more towards that 682 on SPY. And now it resets itself, it bounces up, and it's like, ugh, okay. So, you know, it all depends on how price gets to these levels. And if it goes down there slowly and like this, like I don't like that. I need strong moves into these levels. So then it resets it, and then I just have to see what price looks like if it were to get down there again. But I don't love that. So if we start bouncing here, I guess this is where kind of that sell-off took place right there, where we kind of saw this strong move. So you kind of watched through this VWAP about 630. That's NQ. And we don't have a new low we have a new kind of a closing low, but a new low as far as price action goes. We did not break, so we can still watch the VWAP from up here. Okay. So you can see we came into this 630 area. That's where we kind of found some resistance there. We'll see if it holds, if it breaks. Man, I was close to that one too. It was like, come on, like, look at this. What is this? What is this gap? A gap for ants? Uh-oh, Coco's getting mad. Must mean to go long. Yeah, I know, I shouldn't open my mouth. And see, this type of bounce back, now if it reverses, it's like, okay, now I'm not interested as much because it already did a bounce. Right? I don't need this to happen. I want this. Big move. All right. So we're butting our heads up to where we kind of broke down up here. You heard Coco. I'll be watching this VWAP next. That's at 650. Nice bounce from this. So if you're like a very short-term trader, you can always like anchor VWAPs to the lows there. So if you're like trying to play this up to there, right, your stop would be down here or break below. When you're talking 30 seconds though, you got to give like maybe bar closes because it can move so fast, so quick. And sometimes even the spreads widen out like to just blow you out in those cases. So maybe go into larger time frames. It's a little bit easier to look at like I have another chart open that's just 2 minutes and I spent a lot of time just eyeballing that too. So I don't know, food for thought, I guess. All right, we're at that 683, which is also kind of that pull that we point out right here. So 682 kind of held. We didn't get to go test it. Back up to 683, which is the larger, which means we're probably going to just kind of slow down a second, see what it does. Man. Oops. So we didn't quite get down to a new low tick rating or even down at the extended, but once again, it came down into what? Into an area where we saw prior kind of supportive ticks bounce, right? In these areas here. So it's kind of a level to watch for from an intraday basis. I prefer still bigger tick readings, but when you see this, sometimes you can execute and then you get higher moves to the upside here and notice how it's kind of rejecting from those areas. So you can use that as a tool, but overall, I prefer to see the bigger ones, right? Hey, Coco. ABT just hit a 2 standard deviation lower expected move for the day. ABT. We'll just take a look at that. This one looks like it's been kind of a slow drain. 122.12. This is Abbott Labs. Put that up here. Make it pink. There's a 2 standard deviation move on Abbott Labs. Extend to the left, extend to the right. I don't like the slow bleed there. Let's go daily. Oh yeah, it's getting pretty frothy there on the 15-minute time frame. That's pretty aggressive. Go to daily. Oh gosh, yeah. It's coming down to these lower areas where we've seen bounces, but overall, man, this has just been yuck. Lower highs through and through. But this is also coming from a pretty significant move from the daily VWAP, or sorry, from the year-to-date VWAP. So, yeah, you might see bounces and stuff like this. I would prefer to maybe break down a little bit more there. Then again, I can't get what I always want. Come back over to NQ. I'm going to go ahead and remove this VWAP. It served its purpose. See if we can break to a new low. Yeah, I could Shanks Million, right? There's always a bunch of different strategies I can kind of use, but my comfort zone is just trading the equities themselves. It's worked fine. So, you never know. I might get more in depth with that kind of stuff and use them as a risk management tool too, but I just haven't really felt the need to. Not for my swing trading, at least. KTOS. KTOS daily doesn't look all too bad here, right? You're kind of putting in this higher low right here, and it's getting tighter. And this looks like, so if it breaks down from this little area here, maybe, you know, not as good. But the fact that it's holding up here is pretty nice. You know, so you might be able to look at this as some sort of a, you know, larger wedge being built. So it doesn't look all too bad there. Weekly time frame, yeah, this went straight up, and then it's taking a big breather, right? So these type of moves have to get digested. But look at you, you're above a rising 30-week, 40-week. You're right there at the 10-week, which is roughly the 50-day. Right? You do have a MACD kind of showing this, but it went so high and far, you're going to go through periods of longer consolidations, and that could be what we're seeing here. And at the moment, it's holding up pretty well, right? It's holding up pretty well right here. To note, you had an earnings break, right? Bearish earnings reaction, and now price action is what? Could be potentially just building sideways to consolidate, to break down. So that the main point here is to be very careful underneath, like there, right? Because then if it opens down lower, maybe you pay attention to the 40-week moving average or the 200-day and the year-to-date VWAP and stuff like that. But it don't look bad. Okay, so NQ, what are we doing here? Still nothing. Costco. Costco, I'm not much of a fan of actually right now. It's just like the 200 days starting to decline. The 50 days pretty steadily declining the 20 days. So this one has to prove itself. Let me clear this drawing set. But yeah, it kind of walked off this little edge here, faked out, and then came back in. So I'm not a huge fan here. It's also sitting, if it closes here today, that's a new year-to-date close low, right? So Costco hasn't been holding up all too well right now. So price has to change it up. Got to change. This is another one that just went for a monster run, and now we're kind of just slowly grinding lower. So it has to prove itself. ILMN. Not too bad. Post earnings move, consolidation, broke out, and we're just consolidating again. Now above these averages, so the risk is setting up where you know where you'd be out, right here or there, and it's consolidating nicely. So it doesn't look all too shabby there. If it starts breaking down, obviously, you got to be a little bit more cautious. Yeah, INTC. Yeah, what's up with INTC? Yeah, this one's holding up fine. This looks good, right? You have a little bit of a, you know, sloppy price action, that's for sure. So if it starts to tighten up, awesome. But I would say if we can tighten up and let maybe flag out here a little bit more like this, and then start to break through, I think that that's a really clean look, especially if you break, you know, this this pull, right, with good volume, and then all of a sudden volume starts to dry up and these price action gets a little bit tighter. Right now, it's a little bit loose and volatile, so you can potentially do small entries and in the anticipation that it's going to tighten up and then potentially break out. But right now, right now, like it's getting below the 5-day moving average, right? So it has to prove itself now. But I would like to see this consolidate a little bit more sideways. Yeah. I don't get what I want all the time, but I would like that.
Just an update from G7. The Canada government statement, they say G7 finance ministers held a call for responsible production and supply of critical minerals.
Critical minerals. Pfizer. Maybe the cup of the hand. I didn't see it yet. Pfizer's definitely coiling up here, and I do like the look of Pfizer from the shorter term here because look at the 20-day. It's just starting to trend up. The 50-day too, and the 200, and it's been kind of all sideways and choppy. So if it's going to run, it's a better opportunity now than before. And you're seeing these higher lows build here too. So kind of throughout here, would be a good look. And if it starts getting back down, then it's not really worth my time. But right now, it's holding itself together at least. I will note that this kind of healthcare space has been doing really good, and Pfizer hasn't been participating.
Despite the full-year impact of tariffs, they expect U.S. fiscal deficit to widen in 2026 due to additional tax cuts under the One Big Beautiful Bill Act.
So it's trying to shape up. It's trying to get out of its own way. Just has not done so yet. Tesla's down now about 4%. This might be moving into 2 standard deviation range here very shortly. Not too far off. It might do it today. Netflix did it. NQ consolidating after a pull down. Careful now. It's coming from Thinkorswim, the news. Looks pretty weak here. I think it might drag. All right, let's go tick reading. Let's do it. Do I have that on? I'm gonna clean that out. Oh man. One fun market today. Charles, I think so right now as far as prop firms, I mean Tradeify has been great. They paid me out fast. No complaints there. I have a link to them. Pinned comment, I believe. I think I pinned a comment. All right. I think it's time to just break down and flush us out down here. I think it's time. I think we should just do that and just be on with it. What do you think? Make it happen? Of course it's not going to do that. Why would it do that? Why would it make it easy for us? That's not why we're here. feel like we've been ranging for the entire day. That's what it feels like. I mean, we're at lows of the day, so in theory, I guess we didn't do that, but this did not at all feel like a actual really trend day at all. It's because bearishness, it's like, it's typically faster and quicker, and this has just been like a stall day. I would consider this like a day that just price action stalled out and we're just waiting. And that also makes sense given the context of the last video that I posted with back month versus front month volatility. But even then, like, it would be nice to see some little bit of something happen, because sometimes when you get these vol spikes, meaning the ATR kind of whitens, you get this two-way price action for a little bit, and it just hasn't came today. It's just been this slow kind of grind. Which means, I mean, it's easy to navigate that and extend, like, this whole day, basically, like, there's a little tiny setup here, maybe here, but overall, it's like, it's one of those days where you don't really need to do much, and you come back, re-energize it another day. I mean, look at, we went straight down basically, and we're down 0.5% on the S&P 500. That's how kind of slow today is. All right, maybe we'll get our 682 here. Let's see if it matters. Yeah, 682 down here. How did price get there? Let's take a look. Yeah, it's all choppy and slap. I don't know. Great. Thanks, Devil. Shopify just tagged its lower daily expected move. That's just one standard deviation. Shopify, look at this, also a slow bleed. Probably going to be low volume day. Ain't nothing crazy. Yeah, like no volume right now, at least. Probably across the board on a lot of things. I mean, if you think Tesla's going higher, you can take advantage of these like moves to the downside. Once again, I would prefer it to be 2 standard deviation, and it didn't quite get there, but who knows? If this breaks down lower, maybe we can still get there. What I won't do is enter now. Consumer discretionary, materials, energy, whoa. Towards the lows. Healthcare down over about 1%. Healthcare is hitting a new low right now. Healthcare has been very good, so it's good to pay attention to this stuff because healthcare has been basically straight up, and now it's finally coming off. So that's stuff to keep eyes on. NU, what is NU? Nucor. New holdings. Not a bad looking chart. Kind of broke out here, right? Boom. And now we're kind of pulling back to this breakout area. Not too shabby. So you might be able to play back test, move higher, or if you wait for it to consolidate and see if it tightens up a little bit to break back to the upside. All right. NQ is like right there to break to new lows. You know what's kind of the unfortunate thing is? So I like watching this tick chart to get these extended readings. Well, what I don't like is to get a -1,000 reading breaking immediately after we break to a new low. I don't love that. Then I want it to be even more of an exaggerated reading. Right? Because that's, oh, see, there you go. Here we go. Here's a move. Watch us get that reading. Oh my God. Did that really do, it's going to do it, isn't it? Right when I say it. Punk thing. Okay, no, it didn't quite down there yet. It was a fast hit though. So we didn't get the -1,000 reading, but still. All right, so we're back there. We're down there at 682, just so you know. So 682 on SPY was that level that we're kind of watching for. It's right here. See if it breaks a little bit lower, or maybe gets us, a bigger tick reading, but Can we do it? Can we do it? It's not going to do it, is it? It's going to come right back up to this crap. Just break lower. Oops, break lower. See, it all depends on how it gets there. All depends how it gets there. It's pumped about getting 682 down here on SPY. Here, I'm not so excited about it because we did this. Okay. I'll switch out this to the minute chart, or actually I'm gonna probably do a 2-minute chart. Clean it up a little bit here. There we go. So I'm gonna go ahead and dump that VWAP. And let's see if we can, yeah, we just closed 2 minutes at a new low. I'm gonna take a look at 1 DTE level, see if anything's changing here. 68, 25, 68, 40, 68, 25. I mean, okay, if it wants to come down to 68.25, I'll be ready and willing to execute down here. 68.25 in a straight shot, sure. Sure. I'm ready. I'm ready. I want to hear the alert in the background go off. Come on. A little bit more. A little bit more. My son always says that. A little bit more. One more time. A little bit more. How about a little bit more? How about a little bit more? Come on, don't bounce. Don't bounce. A little bit more. Yo, punk, dude. Stinkers. Yeah, stinky. One more again. One more again. How about one more time? It's just not like, I'm being picky. I'm sorry, but that's just kind of what I do. I'm being picky. That was me being picky. So I wanted to see a minus 1,000 reading, but I also wanted to see it kind of like flush a little bit harder into that 68.25, right?
Just a quick update
right
for
into
US
here.
equities. Just another quick look at how
So
we're getting on.
it didn't happen.
Into the US afternoon sectors.
And then we bounced.
Again,
So once
mostly
again,
trading in the red,
it
communications,
resets.
consumer discretionary, and materials, the worst performers thus far. And technology still outperforming in the green. We have seen equity futures has hit a new low on the day. We did get a brief bit of upside, held by upside in Nvidia after that semaphore report that the US to allow Nvidia H200 chip exports to China. Does follow reports the Trump admin last week was considering such a move. We did again see Nvidia upside, however, most of that move has now paired with sentiment once again just hitting a new low on the day. ES currently down by around 0.6%, NQ likewise, and then RTY relatively outperforming, only down around 0.1%.
Dharma, I mean, I have Thinkorswim live newsfeed. I feel like it's fast enough for me. If you want really fast, like insane, trade the news, but it's also a high price tag. All right, well, we got a 2-minute nice big stick bar over here, kaboomed, hammered us, right? So we didn't quite get the reading that I wanted. But in the terms of this volatility, are we shocked? This kind of like slow bleed down, and then you get these like reversals. And just so you know, I will call out, this was a reversal bar after seeing some volatility. This was a reversal bar after some volatility. This was a reversal bar. And this one here is a reversal bar too. And each one led to a little bit of bounce, but we kept on going lower. All right. Those are the 2 minutes. Market net flow, still not great. And we got that big bar over here at 682, which is 16 cents below us. 682, right? So we did come into it. Not the way that I wanted, but you know, whatever. So I'm still open to the idea of a stronger move, stronger flush, and getting a like a flush out reading. But now I want this thing to get like, all the way down. But once again, it's not, I want to make sure I'm watching this. Hey, have a good day, Palm Tree. Thanks for joining and hanging out. Coco's staring at me. What are you doing? What are you doing? How's Netflix doing? Is Netflix rallying right now on the back of this just market falling after it fell? Kind of, not really. It's just that it's 2 standard deviation move. All right, whatever happened to the FTNTs? Came in a little bit, so hopefully some people took a little bit of profits. Did something at least to manage risk expectations. SE, that came back into its 2 standard deviation move. ABT, this one's just kind of floating around there. So not much. All right, let's see if we can flush, harder, harder, harder. Don't clip that. Don't do it. Yeah, Cure is a good one. Just look at healthcare, like XLV, and then Cure is that 3x of that. Oh, thanks, Tom. Tamar. Appreciate it. But yeah, Cure is like a 3x play on healthcare. ACN. ACN is the one that's up. But I have like nothing in that portfolio, or nothing in that position anymore. Like I sold most of it. So ACN was the one that's up. It's like flat. Let's call it, well, be real. It's like flat. It's up 28 basis points. And I traded it down here and I got rid most of it throughout here. So if this thing flies up to 330 today, which it won't, but if it did, it's not going to change my portfolio much. Same thing goes if it cracks down and breaks down. Yeah, it's like a 1% position, 1 to 1.5% position. It's really nothing. And no, I wouldn't start a new position necessarily right here either. I liked it down here when it was consolidating and getting tight. That's all. Yeah.
Update for Eli Lilly. They do declare Q1 at 2026 dividend of $1.73 share. So that's a raise to their dividend from $1.49.
This is, look at Eli Lilly. What is this? Hilarious. It's like straight up, and it's like, okay, we're gonna sell. It's like the most algorithmic type thing I've ever seen in a name this big. Look at this thing. These are daily bars. All right, okay. We're gonna just buy. Okay, now let's take a little bit of profit. Let's take a little bit, just a little bit more, a little bit more. One more again. One more again, right here. There we go. Perfect. Okay, now let's buy. What is this? Funny. I like the number that was the high. 4 1s and a 9-9. Cool. Got a little bullish divergence actually forming on the 15-minute time frame as price has been going lower. So I guess if you're like, hey, I'm trying to buy this. Okay, well, I mean, you could start positions while it's pulling down like this on this lighter volume after this massive run up. Maybe it tries to come in here a little bit, a little bit lower. And then we see a bounce, or maybe it starts bouncing sooner. Or you do buy stop order above the high of a prior candle. Right? So your buy stop is here, and if it goes lower, then you move your buy stop down. If it comes here, then you put your buy stop down until potentially it just reverses, fills your order, and pops. But typically when you get this type of a move, you get some sort of follow through after consolidation. Yeah. Oh my gosh, man. This thing is just, now it's going sideways here. Which is, once again, not the greatest look, but I just can't get like a nice proper, I was about to say dump, but then I was like, I don't want to get clipped. I meant flush. We're just floating in and around the daily expected move here. Do-do-do-do-do-do. How's X doing? How's the Twitter folk doing? Carvana? Look at Carvana. Carvana! I just saw a Carvana commercial with Shaquille O'Neal. What the heck? What is Carvana even doing right now? It's a vending machine for cars. That's crazy. Look at this little flag pattern over here that I marked out. Back over here on the weekly. Hell clean. Yeah, I don't know what Carvana is. That's crazy. Yeah, it looks like it's pretty frothy. I'm assuming that this was news that drove it higher. Yeah, meanwhile, auto delinquencies are starting to move up. Yeah. So you're saying potentially short it like a fade? Yeah, that's always a possibility, but I don't know what the news was on this right here. Sometimes when you get news pops, like it can kind of pop up. So, you know, it's not too far from the 500. But intraday, yeah, that makes kind of sense. Like it's kind of burned, you know. Definitely a 2 standard deviation move. Does this have weekly options or no? Yeah, it has weeklies. I wonder if did that show up in here? Maybe it's not on there. Yeah, no, it is. 2 standard deviation move today at 9 or 10 o'clock. It gave it to me. 452.43, 452.43 was right here. 452.43, 452.43, basically right here. So this is the 2 standard deviation daily move here. All right, so there's the higher probability that we close underneath that. Not always the case, but that's the probability. Like 95% of the time, you know. We'll close within that range from this higher, and then the lower one's way lower. But so it's just like, you know, the flip where I try to buy, you know, underneath the 2 standard deviation move to play it back into it or higher. You know, it's the same thing goes. But once again, I haven't actually even bothered doing that on any short yet. It's just not my style. It is what it is, you know. The Hindenburg report. What report was it? Oh, are you saying like, did they make one on Carvana? Or something like that? I can't remember. Carvana might be added to the S&P 500. That's crazy. Crazy. Then it'll get the liquidity it loves. Should we all short? I mean, look, if you watch the last video that I posted on the what's it called, on the stock market report, you'll see why it's more likely that we consolidate and pull back. So today makes a lot more sense with that in the background, right? But even still, I would like to see volatility, right? And that might have to wait for the Fed, right? Netflix broke above. Is Netflix moving now in the direction? Yeah, there. So there is your daily VWAP test. It only dragged it down lower, though. So, woohoo. Yeah, it's testing daily VWAP, so we'll see if it gets rejected now. Apple couldn't break above it substantially on its VWAP. NVIDIA, right? We had that NVIDIA news that shot the markets higher, and then it just like, you get these fast moves, good volume, but very kind of illiquid move, bam, and then it like comes to backfill it. That's, you see that all the time, but maybe now after a backfill, maybe we now try to build our strength back up, right? Those are possibilities. But right now, let's take a look at market net flow. You have the green line going down, red line creeping up. That puts pressure on the market. You don't have convergence. You have a bar here, the red bar at 682, meaning that's the pull, and that's kind of where we're at. And if we start moving up higher, you now have 683 as a level that can press price away. So if we start moving up, you pay attention to 683 to the upside, right? Because that then could act kind of like how 684 did right here, how it pressed price away is now showing 683. Right here. Oops, wait, not right there, right here, okay? All those are potential candidates for the S&P 500. It's already added in the S&P 500. I don't know. Yeah, I don't got all the S&P 500 names memorized. Let's check on what happened to Abbott Labs. Kind of doodling around its 2-standard deviation move. Okay, I want to go back to my, because we saw volatility, I wanted to go back to my kind of setups that I was watching. The last one that I talked about that was kind of I was eyeing was Frog. That was a nice little pop there from Frog on that breakout. Bam, that went up like 6%. Broke to this high. Now it's coming in a little bit, so I wouldn't execute now, but still. That's nice. I didn't trade it. So that's not nice. The couple names that I like I said, TXG, I like the look of this. I almost want to just have some, like a pilot position in it, and just give it that space. I just want to see, like, if would I really care if it broke down here? 23%, so $4 per share. I don't know if I'd actually hold it down here, but my thought process right now is like, if it goes down there, what position size am I okay with losing $4 per share? And like, do I want to buy 10,000 shares? No, I don't, because I don't want to lose 40 grand on this name, right? You see what I'm saying, right? So that's kind of where I'm thinking. I probably have a tighter stop, but I still want to structure it with a wider move to start with, just to kind of get a feel of it. So for this, yeah, it'd be like a 1% position. Yeah, it'd be small. Now, I could just wait for it to potentially break the high of today's candle or yesterday's candle or the day prior. But what I like about it is I just like how it's consolidating after a nice breakout on good volume. And then same here, boom, boom. So my thought is that we're going to go take out 20 again at some point. That would be my thought. WGS is kind of doing this. WGS is kind of doing a similar setup here, but it's, flagging out. Good volume on the way up here. Consolidating. Has a little bit more space for these to catch up, but not a bad look. So TXG, if I were to do this, I might just put some in there just to have it. I might structure it from around this point though. Yeah. Or do I just wait? I could just wait, but I also don't really feel like it. I feel like just having some exposure in my portfolio now. Maybe bump up the portfolio exposure in a couple of names. I'll come back to it. I'll come back to it in a little bit. Okay, so that was TXG. WGS looked pretty good. A lot of good looking names here, to be honest. Yeah, APPN, right? That looked pretty good. This one's starting to break out. Following that, I don't feel like chasing anything. Boeing's breaking out of its little pivot area too. All right, so we got a little bounce back taking place. Just once again, 683 would be a level of interest there to play into. MRK, so Merck is finally kind of pulling in a bit here. A couple of crypto equities, crypto-related equities are tightening up too. And so if Bitcoin actually does try to find itself, it's, you know, a little bit of a bottom, they could play out nicely. That doesn't look like the case right now, but you never know. It could be trying, like we could be near it. But Cypher, mining, I think that this is crypto-related. I can't remember. So pardon if I'm wrong, but just kind of consolidating here is one. And then also Wolf, WLF, kind of similar look. TerraWolf, right? Is these information technology, operates Bitcoin mining facilities? Yeah. So not like a horrible look, but it would be nicer if, like, you know, Bitcoin was doing something better. So those are a couple of names. Yeah, MRK. This one's pulling back with some of the other, you know, after big breakouts, it's kind of pulling back into these levels. So if healthcare has been that good, you look for pullbacks and stuff like that's been showing strength. And now that we're getting it, right, you can look at PINK, you can look at XLV, right, you can look at, yeah, somebody had mentioned Cure. This is like a 3X. I'm not really interested in that yet, but yeah, you know, so you can pullbacks in healthcare names. So that could be some added areas for exposure, for strength that's pulling back. IREN actually started looking kind of interesting too. IREN. So you kind of have this like potentially little double bottom here. So if it starts breaking above these highs, maybe something, but it's kind of getting tight here, especially these last few trading sessions. Maybe we offer up a little bit of a relief bounce in the near future. The problem here is what I've been talking about with back month for front month volatility, and you have the Fed. Could be great. Might not be. But those are some of the names that are kind of on the radar that are getting quiet. Ford, right? It's been looking pretty nice. Like it's kind of trying to make a shape itself a little bit of a comeback. I wouldn't actually, I'll probably just get exposure right now into Ford. This is, you know, it's holding a nicer shorter term trend in this thing, right? Is this in a markup phase now? Right, 30 week, 40 week. Yeah, it's starting to slow down via the MACD, but we're also just flagging here on a weekly time frame. So for me, like this is a no-brainer and I can have a stop down here. So would I be okay with losing, you know, 5-6%? Yeah, absolutely. I might even give it more room and base my risk off of like a minus a 14% loss, you know? So Ford, TXG, could be some names I can just get a little bit of exposure into. I'll just do it. I'll just add a little bit right now. Just pilot position them. I need some exposure. I have so much buying power right now. It's crazy. I don't need that much. Oops, don't want to fat finger this. I'll do a couple increments here. Pilot it in. What other one was I looking at here? TXG, I said I'd come back to this one. Maybe I'll put maybe an order down in here. If we can break down a little bit more today, I wouldn't mind, you know, just buying it lower when I look at the daily time frame. But maybe I'll just do a half a pilot just to have it, because a half a pilot, even if it breaks down big, it don't matter to me. Once again, I just need some exposure versus all this cash, but still keep it to an amount that I'm okay with, like going to sleep at night. If that makes sense. Took me all day to just try to make some executions here. And we're just floating in and around the daily implied move, so nothing today, but I just added some exposure into a couple of names. I'm not doing a 24-hour stream today, no. I didn't even realize it was 11:30 already. I was planning on only doing like an hour or two. So full size can get up to like 10 to 12%. Pilot positions like 1.5, maybe 2. Small size is 3, then 6%. Medium size is about 3 to 4, and then small is about 3, 2 to 3. Medium size about 5, 6, and then large full size is typically around 10ish. And then I have to adjust it if it goes too much in my favor too quickly and so forth. And then pilot positions are tiny. They're just like, they feed the little itch to get a position in. So I just, a 1% position. It's like nothing. But in high beta names, like it could potentially do something. Like, don't get confused here. Like, and then I trade around it, but like, I was giving this example the other day on a call. I was talking about Oklo, and I was like, say if you have a $100,000 account in Oklo and you risk 2% back when we kind of originally talked about this thing. Like, let me see here. When was this? Yeah, it was right here. See this little tiny little marking down here? Right? So imagine if you had a $100,000 account and you're like, I'm okay with losing $2,000 on this, but I'm not going to like risk $2,000 for this small of a risk. I'm going to actually base it off of from here to down here. Like, I think it has potential, right? Oh, we're getting some interesting news. It could become a store in it, whatever. So basically you go from here down to down here and you're like, am I okay with losing, 40%? Yeah, I'm okay with losing 40% on the stock if it means that only my portfolio is going to go down 2%. Right? So imagine if you did that, right? You risked 2% and you just sold off into it up in these ranges here in the hundreds, right? From down here in like $8 or whatever it is. You're looking at like almost a 2,000% gain, if not more, right? Yeah, well, that's 1,200, 11. This would be, 1,800. About, let's just say 1,000, 1,500% gain. That 2% risk that made you an incredible amount on that portfolio. So yeah, if you hold these for the long runs, like for example, TXG, we're talking about it right now, but what about in 10 years? What about 4 years from now? Who knows? What if this thing runs up to, does the same thing and gives us one of those, what if it runs up back up to all-time highs? Up to here, that's 1,000% gain. So my pilot position, even though there's 1% right now, could be huge. Now, I probably won't hold it that long because I usually trade around a core position, but you get my point? It's not impossible. We've seen this stuff happen all the time. Why did I go with stock market report? I thought it was cool, and then I started seeing people copy my brief, so I changed it. Other people started saying stock market brief. I'm like, okay, now I'm doing the stock market report. Now they're going to change theirs to the stock market report, and then I'm going to switch back to stock market beef. And when they come back to stock market beef, I'm going to switch right back to stock market report. They stop copying me. It's crazy. Crazy the amount of copiers that come through and don't give credit. It's like, if I'm using somebody else's work, if I see it, like you bring it up and you mention their name, like a big deal. Like, I don't care about being the oh, I came up with this amazing thing. Just say what book you read that got it, or say, you know, whatever. It don't matter. And sometimes sometimes it comes from one person, but they get it from somebody else, so it gets lost in translation, which is fine. But you can tell, like, when somebody's directly just taking your stuff. In fact, some people in my Discord own their own Discords, right? Like services that they sell, and then they take my stuff and put it in theirs, but they sell it for $60 a month. I mean, it's kind of hard to compete with me when I offer so much in my Discord for $16 a month. Did you, Savage? Man, I gotta look at Instagram more frequently. I'm like hardly on. I hardly ever look at my tag post or anything like that. I gotta start looking at that stuff. Dang, I gotta go take a look at that, man. Cool. That's cool. Yeah, so I had to like dodge people out of there because I can see them in the Asher bot too, trying to like pull levels and give them to their community. So yeah, it's just a hard kick. I don't even ask questions. I'll just end up kicking. It's full of the community. That's why I wrote the T's and C's. Thanks, Tamar. Yeah, it's worth more than 16 bucks. I know. I just, the Asher query alone is worth more than that. Just the ease of use with that and the alerts. It's should be worth way more. And I'll probably end up lifting the price when I make more updates because it cost, like, I don't think people understand that this actually costs a lot of money to run. Like a lot. Like I need hundreds of new people to come into my Discord to make it even like worth it. Hundreds. It ain't cheap. The cloud, just the server usage is like, this last month was almost $600 in server usage. You know, I don't think people get that. Like, they're not wrapping their head like oh shit. You pay, and I'm charging 16 bucks a month, and then the tradie tick stuff. Like, I pay for that. You know, I pay for that service. They charge $70 a month, and then typically you can charge a lot more or premium if you have it in your Discord. And I have it in my Discord and I still charge 16 bucks a month. And if you want their market net flow by itself, it's like 70 bucks a month. Okay. People, I'm telling you. But we got a lot of people that got grandfathered into the $9 pricing. Now it's 16 bucks, and yeah, it'll probably go up. I mean, it will over time. It is now. It has to, especially if I want to keep on growing and just developing my tools and sharing them, at least if I share them. You know, shabadoom. Then it's going to be over $15.80. Wait, it already is. Then it's going to be over $18 a month. I make $1 a day. You're going to have to pay me $1 a day. I'm worth $1. $1. You've been in there for 3 years. That's awesome. And that's one of the things that why I started low too, by the way, and been low, is because I thought it would be cooler to just, one, you put a price tag. It kicks people. A lot of people that don't want to pay for things, they're not going to come in, so we don't have that noise. Two, it's a low price. So if you act up and you act weird, it's like, dude, I'm kicking you out. Like, it's not like like I'm making thousands of dollars a month on you, right? Right. It's not making any sort of difference, you know, necessarily one thing. So, and then three, I figured that if it's a low price, people can stick around longer and not have to act and feel like the need to like trade and go crazy. Some of these services that cost $200 a month, like, they're there to just like respond and act right away and try to make money right away, right? And if they don't, then they're out, right? Or if they do, they stay for a little bit, and then they, something happens, and then they get out, and then they come back in, and they get in, whatever. So I thought, yeah, to have a lower price, get people grandfathered in, they can stay there, and it's not crazy. It's not a high price. I mean, the grandfather people paid $90. They're in there for the entire year. right? And now it's like you can pay $160 and be there for the entire year. $160 for an entire year. And just in a little trading community. I made more on Netflix today by playing the 2 standard deviation move, okay? By just a little tiny scalp on Netflix. Yeah, and if you have it grandfathered in, it just stays at that price, right? It just stays there. But if you cancel it, it changes. Like, so don't cancel the dang tier if you're in the old grandfather pricing. If you cancel it, then it's gone. Well, the $16 month is there, but you know, whatever. Okie dokie. Let's take a look back at NQ, see what we're doing. Oh my gosh, we're bouncing. We're bouncing up. Coco barking. I don't know. I can't believe we haven't touched a daily VWAP. I feel like we can still do that. I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful that we come up to daily VWAP. We did kind of get there. It looks like daily VWAP, but it's actually the daily high volume weighted average price. Sneaky little bugger. Yeah, those dude, the TradyTix query, you can pull all types of gamma exposure levels and expirations on the TradyTix query. Like you can go in there, like look in the pinned comment, look at the pinned comment, and look at all the commands you can do. Like there's a lot of stuff in the TradyTix query. And then yeah, Cheddar Flow features. That's all that Cheddar Flow offers me was those two, and I put them in there. That's all they offer in the Discord bot. So if that changes, I mean, I'll have those updated, but that's all they give me for the Discord bot at least. So yeah, Cheddar Flow is in there too. Shuck use. You're in 5 contracts, 597. 597. Let's go. Let's track it. Let's track it. Let's track it. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah. All right, so we got a bar close kind of above that 12-ish, 10-ish range. So I think we're due for up here in the 30s. I think we're due for 30s. I think that's it. I think we can get it in the bag. Pull back. That was like a 5-6 bar right there. I think we're going to 30s, maybe even up to the 50s. But I think 30. Let's go 30. Let's go 33. 33 is the 33. We're going to 33. Take me to 33. Come on, NQ, take me to 33. Thought Dixie's supposed to be going down. I mean, it hasn't gone anywhere yet, has it? Don't ever expect it to do anything for us. I mean, it has been going down. It's been going down. I mean, the last 3 days, it's been kind of going sideways. But, yeah. Baby, come back. Am I waiting for FOMC for new positions? No, I just entered 2 new positions, pilot positions, nothing crazy. I got some Ford and some TXG. Little starters. My portfolio is so empty right now. It's so empty right now. So I'll get a little bit in there, you know, and I've been relatively light because I've been doing decent this year and then, you know, baby on the way. So I'm like, I don't need to stress about like a 80% invested sort of ordeal in the markets or 40, 50%. I don't need to be that invested yet. No. Give me 33. Netflix? What's going on with Netflix? Netflix. Oh, Netflix be bouncing, yo. Yay, Netflix. Woohoo. I think I still have a little bit left. Give me a second here. Trust me, I'm not excited to hold this for more than a day. On the breakdown. I would not be. Would not be. But, you know, you take what you get. No bounties. My read on XLP. I'll try to pull it up. Let me see here. Give me a second. I just want to. Yeah, dude. Cut this off. Thank you. Thank you, Asherbot. Thank you for reminding me, whoever was in chat that said that. Who said it? Who said it? Who gave me the heads up? Saved by Sopranos. Yeah, it's looking still good, but I just trimmed out a little bit more. I played a little bit. And then NQ, we're trying to get up into the 30s. Give us 30. Nothing yet. Marking that flow, not bad. The green line's picking up, red line's going down. 683 is the bar. We kind of got up there. Still kind of just heavy. Yeah, January. Could be right in January, just mid-Jan. Could be sooner. Baby, come back. All right. Still holding 600. No bar closed below 600 yet. Not yet. Still got 40 seconds left, though, in this candle. This is a 2-minute. Some might look at this and be like, it's just flagging. It's going to break down further. I would say, yeah, not necessarily wrong there. You're not wrong. Why is my alarm going off? Give me a second. One sec. Okay. Thought I heard something. It was not my car. It was the construction worker. Been having construction workers here since for the last 6 months on this backyard. It's been crazy. Nah, like 4 months. Today we are still working on the completion of our backyard barbecue area to have a barbecue. Pretty pumped about that. It's looking cool. Maybe I'll share some photos here soon. Getting painted today. Do I use footprint volume candles? No, not really. I watch flow and I'll put up volume. I typically have volume on this. I don't know why I'm not looking at it right now. I don't even know where it went. But I have it on my other chart that I'm looking at, so it don't really matter. What am I looking at here? 2-minute time frame. My wife is watching Asher. Construction workers are watching Asher. Asher would love that. Starting to form a flag. Like a bear flag? Or on the daily time frame? I don't know what product. Spy? It's kind of like this just slow grind. Very tight range. Yeah, Gamma Squeeze and Corvana. Yeah, it's been cranking. Still watching NQ. If we get bar closed below 600, I'm not much of a fan, but if we can start getting above it, I think we're owed up here. Give me it. Give me that. Right now, it's not doing that. How much time do we have left in this candle? We have 1 minute. 1 second, sorry. Well, that closed underneath 600, so not my favorite. Ew. Ew. So if that breaks down, we want to look more at like 80s, mid 80s, kind of around here. And for that to hold. Ew. Go back over to my daily alerts. We have a couple more names that are hitting into their lower daily 2 standard deviation moves. We have CHPT. Today? Just now? Whoa. I'm not a huge fan of the look of that. And we have BTU. But BTU. Peabody Energy. It's a pretty big break there. The upper A-Lab just hit their upper A-Lab, ALAB. So that's been breaking. 2 standard deviation move there. Zero, no, they're not. They're not. I have to do some weird adjustments on these ones pretty much almost every day, so it's not a fully completed thing. But in the Discord, you have the just the Asherbot, and then the EMs that I post to manually that come from Thinkorswim. These ones on ThinkScript give me a guide, but they're not the exact levels. It's typically the Asherbot lands right between them, kind of in that zone, in this range for like 1 standard deviation moves. XYZ, CXYZ. I mean, it's not the greatest looking chart, that's for sure. It's below all these key averages, below year to date, VWAP, and broke down here on some decent volume. It's kind of just going sideways, kind of flagging out. I don't like shorting this stuff, but it doesn't look all too healthy right here. So maybe if it comes back up, doodles around, breaks up, closes the gap. But then even then, I would still prefer if it be way back up here to maybe feel more confident at this point. I'm just not a huge fan of a look at it. Tesla, let me see Tesla coming back a little bit off the 50-day tag. See if we can hold above 600 on a close. I prefer to see a close above the 610. and maybe pull in a little bit and then still go back to the main idea here was to try to get into the 30s. That's where I think we can go. At least. I know I trade Meta. I trade Meta. Uber too I've traded. So Uber is a little bit choppy and sloppy. You know, you're getting these bounce backs, so I don't like to just jump in on a bounce back. Meta, I was paying attention to here. That right here, this dash line, is the last year's closing price. And this trend line right here was from the tariff low here, but it goes back to the 2022 bottom too. So we had this confluence here that made me think that we can see a bounce. So I played a little bit there. I did more so into Amazon, and I'm not in it anymore, but I played around the year-to-date closing price and got this bounce. I sold into around this area over here, and now it's coming back in a bit. So let me see, what's Lyft look like? Lyft kind of, it doesn't look horrible. It's just very very large moves back and forth. Like I need things to slow down and tighten. It's just not doing that. Uber, same thing, right? Kind of like large volatility expansion type moves, lower low, higher higher, you know, high. It's just all over the place. So now I just want to see NQ come into the 30s. Get yourself up there. We're owed it. So we did close almost near the 610. Not quite yet, but. Oh, thanks, Zachman. Will I be live for the world's most anticipated GameStop earnings? No, I don't know, maybe. Probably not. But I will be live most likely for the Fed day. Yeah. Thoughts on Enduro Clean? The chart looked pretty good. Over here, it looked pretty good. Broke out, went higher, kind of faded in on itself. Now it's getting a little sloppy. It needs to tighten up, right? It needs to tighten up. I like PCT. That one also doesn't look as good as this one, but once again, a potential story name. I have a position. I've had a position. It's not for a real. It's not like a little trade, or no, I'm sorry. It's not like a huge position, but it's not like I'm trying to like time this one. This is just kind of like I set it and forget it. It's on, right? I'll maybe add some in on bad days, and then I'll sell some on really good days. Like this last 2 days, like I sold into it. I sold into that. Now it's coming in a little bit. Perhaps maybe I'll buy a little bit back. It's been a slow build around. Like right now, it's 1% of my portfolio. It was like 2 or 3%. So it got sizable. And I say 2 or 3% sizable because it's such a high whatever. But right now it says my total, I'm up 15% on the position, or 14.5% right now. So, and then we saw this massive like move down, which obviously took away a lot of my, you know, whatever gain, but I also scaled some out, and then I added some in, and I just trade around it. So. Enduro is, I think it falls kind of within that same thing, kind of, maybe not exactly, but like plastic, something. So I'm not too sure on Enduro, but it's been holding up. It's been holding up. So the 2 questions: am I bullish or bearish heading into Q2? Right now, I don't think it would be too much. Like it wouldn't be a coin toss for me because we're like in these kind of extravagant levels, and there are some signs pointing that we're kind of in a topping process right now. So I'd like to say that I'm bullish, but I feel like I'm much more market neutral heading into the first couple of quarters of 2026. Like very neutral. So and the reason I say neutral is because that's how my portfolio is going to be positioned. It's not going to be fully in depth. It's not going to be 100% invested. It's not. It's going to be maybe around 30 to 40% if things are looking really good, and it's going to get cut if it goes under this gamma flip line. So that's pretty much it. If you're down 50%, like what do you do? Yeah, so you need to, if you're down 50%, you got to do 100% of the portfolio to make it back, and that's already hard enough. So the thought process would be it depends on what the portfolio is for. Like if it's a long-term investing, then you just don't touch it, right? You buy, you add, and that's it. Swing trading, build the right habits, right? That's what you start. You start with the right habits. You do smaller positions. Make sure you have a strategy around position sizing. When things get better, you can always, make your sizes a little bit bigger, but get good with lower amounts, which typically people do, right? It's like they go up, they're like, oh, I'm doing so good. I have all these wins and it looks so good. And then all of a sudden they like just take a hit and they just like one position like wrecks them. So you got to not do that. And you can only focus in on the things that, well, do good for you. So if, like for me, like I traded options, I did short selling, I went long equities, I did all this stuff. And I'm like, what can I take away? Because I was just getting tired. I was like, what can I take away? Well, I don't really need to do short selling. It didn't add much to my portfolio. It added more stress than it did money coming in. I don't need to do short selling. Okay, what about options? Make some money here, make some money there, but is it actually like worth it for me to just do directionally bets? And I was like, not really. So I just wiped that out. And then all of a sudden I'm like, okay, now all my energy is into what? Long-sided equity positions. And then all of a sudden my portfolio performance that area it went light years ahead because I got to focus more into specifics and not everywhere. Right? So yeah, I can still, like, I know people that are doing long short books right now that have options that do, all kinds of stuff. And they're up like 14% for the year. And I'm over here just buying long equities and I'm up 46%. The market conditions have been great, right, for my type of strategy, but also if the market conditions change, my entries and the way I approach it also change. And a lot of people miss that. We had another bar close up here, still no 33, still kind of just keeps dragging us lower. Annoying price action, man. Can't get anything. You see also like here, like you get this volatility contraction, right? But then it expands to the upside, comes in low, and then it makes a new high, and then it comes in and like almost breaks this. It's all expanding volatility. Super irritating type price action. Because you like play a breakout, then you try to buy a dip, then it goes lower, and then it comes in, or you try to short it, and then it comes right, like it's just all over the place. Let's take a look at market net flow. We did start getting green convergence, but once again, we get green convergence, and all of a sudden the red line starts picking back up again, which once again is not a typical type thing. 683, didn't quite get there. We're back at daily VWAP. This is it's just not like, it's not a clean trade day. Not a clean trade day. Let's see over here. See if we can get any sort of exaggerated reading on ticks. About to come into the final hour of trade. This thing is about to run out of battery. Give me a second here. There we go. Ah, plug. Fresh bat. Thanks, Nikolai. $200 EMA. I mean, I'm not rolling it out. That's always a possibility. Are you saying like on S&P 500, like way down to the 200? Yeah, don't rule anything out. It's all possible. I mean, it's going to happen if we get into, you know, more negative gamma. It's going to require being under the flip line for things like that to take place. It's not going to get down there if the systematics, right, are in a position to, or dealers are in a position to buy the dip until the rip. That won't be the case. Yeah, TEM. Yeah, TEM, we're just kind of consolidating up here. So maybe a couple more days of sideways price action. Decent risk to reward, maybe play for a little pop. If it starts breaking down under here, you know, opens the door to lower. Core weave, CRWV. Core weave doesn't look too horrible. I mean, it's obviously got beaten down over here, but we're kind of trying to make this little U-turn of a move and price action pulled down in, and we're seeing a little bit of strength. So that'd be nice if it kind of went sideways a little bit here and then kind of consolidated out. But yeah, this would be more of a shorter term kind of trade for me, not like a set it and forget it sort of ordeal. I would need it to set up more. Oh yeah, donut. I forgot about that. Thanks for reminding me. Donut actually kind of looks like it's gonna do something here. Donut looks like it has the power to squeeze. So isn't Donut a high short interest name? If I remember correctly, Donut is a high short interest name. But you got all these little higher lows building, and then look at, you're getting above the year-to-date volume weighted average price, and you're kind of like getting through these levels. So if I'm thinking of this in terms, I can't remember if it's a high short interest name or not, but if I'm thinking of this in terms of a a short seller, and this is going like, it's starting to move higher lows and build up higher. I'm like, all right, get out of it. Like I'm biting my fingernails, right? Yeah, donut, man. Donut's gonna go, dude. We're gonna get high on donuts. Give me the donut. Yeah, it doesn't look bad. And it's good risk to reward, right? Because you see the tight consolidations trying to move out of it. So cool. Cool. Now you just need the shorts to cover. You'd have to check. I don't know what the short interest is once again, but I could have sworn that it was, oh, Daryl's saying it's a 30% short interest. Yeah, that's a high short interest. Does anybody know how many days to cover? Yeah, that's high. That's a high short interest. I'm biting my donut. Beyond Meat. The Gamma Flip is at 6771. Man, this NQ just hasn't gone anywhere. A few breaks above that can definitely get us to that 30, but it ain't giving it to us. Not right now, at least. That's annoying. I'm biting my donut. Oh, that's funny. CFLT. Whoa. Yeah, CFLT is way up here. I don't know what this is. News, maybe something. I wouldn't chase it up here, but news, buyout, I don't know. That's a big move. Yeah, big move today. I would be looking to see consolidations and how it plays out, but I don't know. I have to look into that one a little bit more. 10 days to cover. That's pretty big. So you get 10 days to cover with the 30% at short interest. If that information is correct, that's yeah. I'd be biting my fingernails right now if I was one of the short players. I'd be looking to cover before it goes crazy. IBM news on CFLT. Okay, well that'll do it. CFLT bought by a IBM. Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, there you go. It's funny because like I'm like, oh, is it a buyout or something? It's like you can tell with these type of jumps. Oops, connect back. Let me go back to SPY. We're about 50 basis point down. We're just at the daily implied move. Let me look at market net flow. 682. Now 682 is the focus. Just below this. That's interesting. Gamma 6825. We almost hit it. We were almost there. Maybe we get down there. That'd be cool. Get down to 6825 with like a massive tick reading. I wanted that earlier today, but we didn't get
Now
it.
seeing remarks from
Not
US
close.
Treasury Secretary Besant says we are still working on an India trade deal.
Uh-oh. Got Besant talking. Scotty B. Scotty doesn't know. This is what the action looks like today on NQ. Slow burn. A slow burn. Oops. Closed out of my trading platform. I look more at the closing price of the back month for front month reading. So if it's at 1.18, you know, it's coming off a little bit. Right? So it's underneath the 0.20. So it's not like in the higher percentile anymore. So, and this is why I said it can lead to pullbacks and consolidations, which is kind of what we're seeing today. Can it lead to something more? Obviously, it can come off more than that. But typically when you get that frothy of a reading, things have to pull in. So at a 1.18, it's still kind of elevated up there, but it's not like the froth level. It's backing down a little bit. the froth level. Still actually still interested. We haven't hit this daily volume weighted average price yet. This one, you know, was the high for the day, but we still haven't actually came back to just daily VWAP. You know, I still feel like that's kind of in the cards. That's kind of where my head is at. And the only reason I think that is because market net flow isn't really bearish, and we're already at the daily expected move. So my head is still there. My head is still there. Can you take me to 660? Really getting pinned around that 600. Seems to be kind of a critical level. Take a look. Let me move this down to 600 on NQ. 600s. There we go. There we go. Support we broke down, we doodle around, we're coming back, kind of pushing off of it. Those 600s, man. Semiconductors. Yeah, semiconductors look a little bit tired up here. Probably needs to come in a little bit, take a little bit of a breather. This thing has been, I mean, ask where it came from, right? So it would be now the best time to buy it now. You probably need to see it pull in, take a little bit of a nap before doing anything. Like Google, right? Google came up, taking a little bit of a nap today. Still really bullish, but needs to take a little bit of a breather. You need to take a little bit of a nap every once in a while. You need to take. Okay. Ding ding. Hey Philip, welcome to subscribing to the YouTube. Same with Bill, a couple hours ago. APG. Look better on my other chart. Still consolidating up high. That's not necessarily a bad thing. Expedia. Kind of going sideways here. Plus. PLUS. I don't know what this company is, but kind of going sideways here after a nice move. Monster Energy. This thing has been a beast. Holy moly. And Boeing is trying to stage this little comeback over here. Oh, look at me again. I'm moving. All right, looks like we're gonna come try for 683 again on SPY. A little bit higher up in here, see what we can do with that level. If we can break through it and hold it and go, or if we're just gonna kind of just dingle around. It's a very technical term too, by the way. Don't get it twisted. Monster is a monster. This is the type of price that breaks, yeah. Yeah, that's why we can't really trade much of it. I mean, you can take a shot here and there, and if it doesn't work, it's just like, that's kind of, it just tells you to get away, move. I mean, this is how it's been this last week, though. This last week was a horrible trade. So I think it's pretty much going to be a little bit better after the Fed talks. Maybe we'll get a little bit directional moves. But, yeah, you don't want to get too chopped up in this. Have some exposure, you know. If it plays out, great. If it doesn't, you're not dead in the water, you know. It's just play in price action. I can't, it's like having a hard time just getting up to this big bar over here at 683. Should be red, it's not green, which means it's a pull to 683. Although if I look at the full strikes, it's probably green. No, 683. It's gray, green, gray, red. So, hymns. Yeah, sure, we can look at hymns. I don't know. I don't know. None of these charts, like, I'm not like, oh yeah, I got to get into it now. Right? You could look at this as a flag after a strong move down, but then again, that's, you know, too easy, right? It's getting above the 20-day, so yeah, perhaps maybe we come back up, maybe try to retest this 50 and 200 up here. But there's a lot of confluence, so if we are long, maybe pay very close attention to this 45 to 48 range right here. Because you have your year-to-date VWAP, you have declining 200, declining 50-day. Hey, see you, Gravity. It's already 9 p.m. where you're at? No, dang. I need to take a break. I had a little pancake, actually. But I'm tired. I'm tired. This market is tiring right now. Gred? G-R-E-D? I don't know what that is. Or does that mean something? You're messing with me. ONDS.
And more from US President Trump says we will end up putting severe tariffs on fertilizer from Canada if we have to. If Trump there on Canada will end
what's
up
going on with
putting
MSOS
severe
right now?
tariffs on fertilizer from Canada if we have
Scott's
to.
Miracle Grow. What's up, Scott's Miracle Grow? Scott's Mir. I don't know, can't remember the code. Oh, you're welcome, Chris. Yeah, CoreWeave, I didn't really have much of a thought on it. It's just, you know, if Bitcoin's trying to find a bottom, if this didn't look like, it looks like it can try to turn back around for a little bit of a bounce, but once again, it's more shorter term stuff because it's in not the greatest trend. So maybe come back up to the 50-day or year-to-date VWAP up here. I would like to see it go sideways a little bit more, because if I go right now, like, where's my stop going to be? Way down here? And then that skews the risk to reward. It's going to be right at today's low. I mean, I might get lucky, but we're a day separated from getting stopped out. So the probability of getting stopped out kind of increases. So, you know, I'd like to see more consolidation and then the break, but if I don't want to do that way, then it just have to be a smaller position once again. My kid's at Target right now looking at all the toys in the toy aisle. Hard to pry him away, my wife says. He's like, oh. He loves toys. Loves his toys. Kids and their toys. Whoa, that's cool. It's a monster truck. It's a garbage truck. All right. About 30, 40 minutes to close. Price hasn't gone anywhere, meaning that we're just kind of at that daily implied move, right? It just ain't doing anything, you guys. I think I might just call it. I'm tired. I'm tired of today's price action. Didn't give us really much. You know, as I say that, it's probably going to be like, and fly up to daily VWAP, which is still the area where I think we're going to at least go and test. I think that that's going to happen. Market net flow hasn't been really that bearish, right? You know, at minimum, at least go to this 683 and go try to test it. But overall, price action's coming in a little bit.
Just an update on US-Canada relations. So US ambassador to Canada says Trump does not want to terminate the US MCA, according to National Post.
Come again? All right, Daryl. Yep, for sure. Thanks, Duke. Thanks, Daryl. See you, Robin. Blue Quant. See you later. If you're trading Qs, or if you're trading NQ, like I said, I think that this is a possibility if we can get this, hold this through this 600. I still think we're coming up to the daily VWAP at some point here. That makes the most sense to me. So just wait for setups, manage risk. I'm going to go ahead and call it. But thanks for everybody for tuning in today. See you, Savage. Y'all have a good day. Don't do anything too crazy, right? We'll probably get some more movements later in the week. Sometimes, you know, you don't want to get chopped up in this stuff. You want to survive it because there will be times to make money that's a lot easier than what it is currently. So, all right, y'all. I'm signing off. See you back, sure. See you, Hamburger Helper. Toodaloo. Daily VWAP for NQ is about 675. Right around there. It's going to go lower, though, as prices below it. Mahalo, Boxstraw. See ya. Thanks, Hamburger. And Ethos, see you later. See you, everybody. It's about to be cut right here if I missed you. See you, Generator. Casey. Teach me futures. One day, we'll do more futures. Yeah, baby 2 on the way? Yeah. Shoot, me too. There we go. We got to make some money doing futures. Another stream, another time. Let's do it.